So hello and good morning everyone to the AAIC Energy. My name is Clemens Wasser from AI Austria, and with me I welcome
Michael Sponring from PWC Austria. Good morning.
Yeah, new month, new event. This is now, I think, the second event of the year, but in total the 10th of the Applied AI conference series. I mean, the timing couldn't be better to talk about energy transition and how AI can support us in this process. Also, from an organizer's point of view, I must say there could be better times in organizing an event like this because we had to deal with quite some reshuffles in the agenda. Nevertheless, we were able to put together quite an international lineup. So with me in the backstage area, we already have the first speakers from the United States waiting, where it's now 3 a.m. But later on, we will also have participants from Canada, Europe, and so on. So before we start into the deep dive of the program, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Matthias Grabner, who will explain you how to operate the B2B networking platform on our conference page and how you can schedule meetings with other participants. So just a brief interlude and Matthias will take over.
Well, hello and good morning. A real special feature of our Applied AI conferences is, as many of you know, the possibility for all of our participants and speakers to arrange one-on-one meetings amongst each other. At AAIC, we strongly believe that by connecting the domain knowledge of the energy sector with the domain knowledge of AI and machine learning, deep learning expertise, we can create sensible and useful use cases of applied AI in energy. Let me just quickly show you our matchmaking platform that we are using for this event. I'm here on the front page and I am already logged in with my personal account. And what I can do here is have a look at other people who registered. To do that, I just go to the participants section and see a long list of over 200 people from over 30 countries worldwide that registered for today. What I want to do now is actually, just to show you how it works, arrange a meeting with Clemens, my colleague from AI Austria. And to do this, I can use the filter function here on the left. I can, of course, search for keywords, but I can also look for organization types. I can look for the special field of the energy industry of AI the participant is active in. Really knock yourself out. You can have a deep and detailed look on Okay, I request a meeting with Clemens, and what the program gives me here are several options for time slots. Clemens is available at these time slots, and so am I. And so I just say we meet at 3 p.m. and can write a short suggestion, maybe a little bit explain what you want to talk about. And then Clemens receives an invitation to a meeting, which he can either accept, decline, or suggest another time and place to have the meeting. Using this platform, you can really make the most use of today. Have a look at who's participating, and I hope you have many fruitful meetings and hopefully in the future develop some use cases for the energy industry and AI Thank you very much. And with that, back to Clemens and Michael.
Excellent. And we're back. So before we head into the first keynote of today, maybe a couple of words about our first-time partner, PWC Austria, because as those of you that are watching now, that have watched our previous events, you might have noticed that almost each time we're partnering with a different organization. And typically this organization has a certain background with the topic we're dealing with. So please share some details, Michael.
Thanks, Clemens, very much. We are very proud and excited about co-hosting this conference today. PwC, we are a world-spanning energy expert around the globe with, I think, more than 4,000 professionals in this area. I myself am sitting here in Vienna, and we are coordinating lots of international mandates for our global clients. As ESG is very, very important for us nowadays in transforming the energy transition and helping to get a better climate situation. We are proud to contribute here with some of our keynote speakers, whom I will introduce shortly.
Great. Thanks a lot for the intro words. And maybe last but not least, since this is based in Austria, the Austrian government also has a very strong push in, supporting the adoption of AI and related technologies in the energy industry. And you can also see this in startup activity most recently. So for example, since 2 years, there's a grant call named AI for Green. And since this public funding scheme has started, you can really see an uptick in startup fundings in this specific area. But looking at the time and especially looking at the backstage, so
to sustainable AI portfolio. And as I said just before, ESG is a key word and a key strategy nowadays for PwC and also for the next upcoming years. So we are excited and happy to bring you on the stage. So the floor is yours and good luck.
Yeah. Hello, Anand. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Clemens and Michael. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. We can dive in with the presentation. As Joe is bringing up the presentation, great to be here, joining all of you. Today we wanted to talk about pathways to a sustainable AI portfolio. Just as you were introducing me, Clemens, I've been in the AI industry since 1985, where AI was not a big thing, nor was ESG. And I didn't think 36 years back, I would have thought that I'll be giving a talk around sustainability of AI. And I wouldn't have imagined
see you in the Q&A.
Yeah, I wouldn't have imagined that AI would have been so big to talk about sustainability and AI together. Nevertheless, here we are. So what we wanted to do today, Joe and myself, walk you through some of the key trends in AI, especially in deep learning. Look at both AI for sustainability very briefly. I know that's the focus of this, but we're also very, very concerned about the other side of it, to what extent AI is causing more of the carbon footprint and how we could reduce that. So more sustainability of AI or sustainable AI. So that's where we want to focus our efforts on today, and then look at what are some of the AI sustainability goals that we should have, and what are the ways in which companies can start bringing in some of that carbon consciousness and carbon decision making into their data science or AI. So that's what we wanted to cover. So if we go to the next slide, we have all seen headlines like this. So the first one is around GPT-3, and some of these models, which are huge models. When I say huge, they are 175 billion parameters is what this GPT-3 is, and again, that's considered even smaller now, with Google Brain coming up with a 1.6 trillion parameters. So these models are huge. And some of the challenges with these models, there are three main challenges, as you see in this side of the article. And the one is, even though these models are huge, they are not necessarily understanding natural language. So the idea behind GPT-3 is you give a sentence and it really comes up with a very good passage as if written by a well-known knowledgeable person, might be an undergrad or a high school student writing an essay on a certain topic. So very powerful, but doesn't mean that it really understands the logic behind it. And in addition to that, the one other big issue with this is the consumption of electricity. In other words, the compute time it takes is sometimes quite large for training and for inferencing, as a result of which it is having a significant carbon footprint. Again, there have been some controversies around that, but nevertheless, if you look at the next news around MIT News, basically people saying that no, the numbers that were originally estimated had some false assumptions, so the numbers are much lower, and the carbon footprint of machine learning would essentially plateau, right? So again, even though it will plateau, it is still a huge and significant drain on energy consumption. So if you go to the next slide, this is something that Google and UC Berkeley just published. One of the things that they are urging is what kinds of measures you can take to bring down the carbon footprint, bring down the energy consumption, bring down the carbon footprint. So 4 M's, as they talk about, can we come up with a different architecture, and based on that architecture, you can get 5 to 10% savings in energy. Can you look at different types of processors, so specialized processors for deep learning, especially these large networks of billions and trillions of parameters? The third, if you're centralizing all of these things in the cloud, and then you're placing the cloud in the right areas where the energy is sort of more sustainable energy, then you could save even more. So that's the mechanization through cloud, and then moving the compute to a lower energy or lower carbon footprint area. So those are some of the things. What we want to do is sort of really expand on that and bring the consciousness around sustainability to the data scientists. So if we go to the next slide, so we've just gone through this. So there's a huge number of data. So some of these models, they are being called foundational models. This is just the start. And there are a number of others, extensions of GPT-3, GPT-4, GPT-J, and a number of others where the compute is huge. The data is huge. Larger the data, the more complex are the models. As I said, 175 billion parameters, now going to 1.6 trillion parameters. That's going to increase, which really means the compute power to train some of these models are also going to increase, resulting in a higher energy consumption and higher carbon footprint. So what we are really after here is going and to the next step. We are seeing that the AI models run the risk of being unsustainable. So if you go to the next slide here, on the one hand, we have seen AI essentially make a big impact in a number of sustainable areas. So again, we are picking off here from the UN Sustainable Development Goals. As we all know, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and AI, and there are a number of use cases, and we have written quite a a bit of on this topic on what are some of the use cases that can benefit planet Earth. If you look at climate change, so a number of AI use cases, biodiversity and conservation, how can AI help healthy oceans, water security, clean air, weather and disaster. In all of these areas, we have AI essentially helping us reach these targets better. In fact, I think one of the items here is 79% of our targets can actually be met by powering them with AI. So AI definitely has a useful role to play in sustainability. If you go to the next slide, but unfortunately, it also impacts the environment in very specific ways. So here again, we are looking at what is the impact of AI on sustainability. So first and foremost, it is the clean energy. Energy to fuel AI efforts tends to be unsustainable, as we just went through that example of trillion parameter models and the energy consumption of those and the carbon footprint. Then the other interesting area about AI is as these models get bigger and bigger, requiring a lot of data, it is essentially concentrating on a few small companies, essentially creating more of a disparity. And I know at the UN SDG conferences, AI for Good conferences, we talk about the inequity that is happening through AI as AI gets used, and deep learning and the things that we just talked about is expanding that inequity, not only between countries, but between public institutions, academic institutions, and all companies. So again, a few companies are the only ones who can really develop these kinds of large models. Consumption and production. Again, back to the carbon footprint, similarly, the climate action. So there are a number of areas where AI is impacting the already agreed to carbon footprint and makes it even more difficult for us to reach if you are going to be using AI, and then AI is actually going to be causing more emissions rather than reducing emissions. So it's not that not only do we want to reduce that 79%, but we don't want to increase any of that carbon footprint. And that's what some of these models will be doing. So what we wanted to address here, we need to move beyond this type of AI where we are, I would say, being a data scientist, maybe indiscriminately using models just because they are there. And one of the key aspects to these deep learning models, they are much more accessible to people. And obviously it comes at a cost, but the cost is, the compute cost is what the vendors are factoring in, not the planet cost. So we really need to move from this domain of, hey, it's available cheaply, therefore I can use it. It's easy to use GPT-3, therefore I will use it, to a very different model. So if you go to the next slide, the concern of data scientists have been, if you like, largely along these three areas. So first and foremost, we want to solve the problem. The more complex the problem, the more we think AI can solve it, right? So using deep learning or other forms of AI, we want to approach complex problems, which is fine, which is where AI has a role to play. And when we do that, the primary concern of data scientists and AI scientists is, can I make this work? How accurate can the model be? So the focus is very much around accuracy. And the third parameter, obviously, we look at is what is the return on investment? So if we put in certain number of dollars, are we getting the return with our AI investment? So those are the three primary things that most people think about when we look at AI. So what's the problem? Can we address it? We cannot address it using any other mechanism. We have to use AI. And then what is the accuracy? And when would we get the return for it? Go to the next slide. I think we really need to bring in this last element here, which we and others have talked about as responsible AI. So not only addressing the three parameters, but looking at issues around bias, fairness, explainability, and a number of those things. And one of those considerations we believe should be, is it ethical to build an unsustainable AI? In other words, factoring into responsible AI this notion that are we building these AI models in a sustainable way? Not that, of course, we need it to be accurate. Of course, we need it to be fair, justifiable, and so on. But we also want it to be sustainable. How do we get there? What do we do to create sustainable AI? What practices do we need to change within our data science group so that we can aim towards sustainable AI and use AI for reducing the carbon footprint and, as much as possible, reduce the footprint that AI itself causes? So with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Joe, who will walk us through what are some of those steps that we need to take. Joe?
Yeah, hi everybody, and good morning, and hopefully everybody can hear me. So I'll take off and cover some of the practices that can be introduced to create a more sustainable model development environment. But I think it's first worth kind of talking about how sustainability fits into the kind of the broader framework of responsible AI. So very quickly, when we talk about responsible AI, we're talking about two primary principles, one being interpretability and transparency. So can I explain how overall my model is making decisions within a certain topic area or domain? Can I explain the individual decisions that my model is making to an end user that's consuming those decisions? And is the system reliable? Is it robust? And more importantly, is it ethical? And on the screen, you'll see the general guidelines or principles for ethical AI, including accountability. So is there a single person responsible or a single entity responsible for the actions that the model has taken in cases where it may encounter a moral or an ethical dilemma? Data privacy. So are we using as little personal information as possible to develop or design an AI model, and are we doing so in a way that's protecting that individual's privacy? Safety, kind of focusing on making sure that the AI system isn't somehow compromising the safety of the environment or an individual. Compliance with laws and regulations in the domains in which the AI is operating. The amount of intervention and control that a human has on the system in regards to kind of an AI application, fairness and kind of all the shapes that fairness can take, and ensuring that models are consistent, they're not discriminating in any certain way that creates a much larger kind of societal or organizational issue through the use of the AI. And then finally, beneficial AI. And this is kind of where we'll spend most of our conversation today, specifically around sustainability, as it fits into beneficial AI. So is AI being used in a way that promotes a common good? And when we talk about sustainability, we're really focused on thinking about how we can systematically reduce the overall footprint and emissions of a model and a model portfolio throughout its life cycle. So that's not just training. So there's a lot of focus on these large AI models like GPT-3, where a vast majority of the footprint, at least the footprint that's kind of been under the microscope, has been in the training of the models, because of the amount of compute and time that goes into that. But it's important to think about the overall lifetime of a model, because far more of the compute cycles and energy consumption of a model is going to occur through the process of making decisions and even maintaining that model and the consistent and ongoing retraining of the models. So I will cover a few areas today where we think there are opportunities to introduce practices and principles that help with instilling sustainability as a concept within the data science life cycle. I'll focus on three of these in a little bit more detail later, but just kind of quickly going around the circle that we have here. Data is kind of the common starting point for a lot of activities related to your model development, and it's not different for sustainability. So every data point that you collect has to be searched, it has to be integrated, it has to be transformed, and it has to be incorporated or could be incorporated into your model. So it's important to think about, are you collecting data in a way that it's going to be useful, and are you collecting extraneous data that could ultimately lead to greater consumption of energy down the road? When designing a model, there should be a focus on reducing the complexity of the model overall, but also around reuse and recycling of models where appropriate. Sustainability really isn't, at least right now, a critical factor when determining the efficacy of a model, but that is something that we think should change and should be considered as kind of a critical metric when evaluating a model for function within an organization. So moving beyond just kind of a myopic view of performance and of adding sustainability or emissions as part of the calculus when determining whether or not a model is suitable or fit for purpose. Deployment operationalization, this is a common step, and like I said, this is where you're going to see the most consumption of energy with your models over the lifespan of the model. And what can we do there that can help us reduce that energy consumption and make the models more efficient after we've conducted the training. Our ability to act and our ability to make corrections, it's only as good as our ability to kind of see and peer into the portfolio. So thinking about how we better monitor models with a lens towards how much energy is being consumed is also kind of a critical step when we're thinking about the holistic incorporation of sustainability. The ecosystem, and Anand had hinted on this, and kind of the four M's, specifically the mechanization, but dealing specifically with the infrastructure. This is an area where there's still quite a bit of control, and a lot of organizations rely on cloud environments, which give them access to improvements in hardware and probably shorter cycle times, which may mean better energy efficiency. It also gives you control over where your models reside. So you can kind of pick and choose where your compute cycles are running in the cloud, and those areas being areas where there may be a greener footprint in terms of energy consumption. We can reduce the energy that our models consume as much as possible, but if the energy that they are consuming is still extremely CO2 emissions heavy, it really does us no good. And then finally, governance, kind of incorporating sustainability throughout the life cycle. And that's no different from some of the other responsible and ethical AI principles that we introduce. There are metrics that we propose being introduced for things like fairness and bias. Sustainability is one of those additional metrics that we think should be incorporated in the decision process as you move your models through the development lifecycle. So I'll go into detail before we close out here into three areas: design and development, evaluation and selection, deployment operationalization, primarily because I think these are three areas that are generally easier to kind of adopt some of these principles, where there's not a lot of infrastructure, there's not a lot of capability development needed to kind of instill these principles starting today. These are things that you could do tomorrow, or at least instill tomorrow as part of your development process and start to see some rewards. So first we'll start with design and development. I think in general, there's sometimes a trend with data scientists to use more complex models because they are enticing. So a GPT-3 on paper does seem very enticing as a language model because it appears to be extremely robust and a good baseline model for a number of language modeling tasks. The same for BERT. I would say in general, like, we try to focus on using simpler models where possible. So if a decision tree can do the task just as well as a deep net, that's kind of the first thing that we'll go with for a number of reasons, from a cost and maintenance perspective primarily. But from a sustainability perspective, there's fewer compute cycles involved with some of those models, especially for training and overall inference. But in cases where that's not possible, and we have had cases where the benefit is kind of far outweighed the cost of using a large net. So we've developed some models in the regulatory compliance space that read policies using language models. And those models started with much simpler models to begin with, but over time we've moved to BERT as a primary language model. So it's another kind of a smaller version of a GPT. More importantly, like we've also trained our own version of this. So we've taken the added cost of training a model to be somewhat domain specific, operating in the financial regulation space. We saw, and the reason that we went down this pathway is we saw nearly a 10% increase in the model's performance. So when looking at the accuracy, the return on investment, it made sense to move forward. But in order for us to simplify overall the ecosystem of models that we've built out, because it's not just one model, we're taking that one model and we're using that as a basis for all other model development going forward. So any decision that we're making in the RegTech space using an AI model will all form from this one foundational model, and avoiding us having to train and tune or fine tune these large nets for multiple tasks. The second is that we'll focus on is the introduction of emissions as a metric as part of your model evaluation. So I mentioned simplification. You might see small trade-offs in performance when moving from a decision tree model to a deep net. But those trade-offs, I think, when placed in the light of the energy consumption, the cost of developing and maintaining the model, may lend itself more towards utilizing that simpler model as part of the solution. But it's hard to say that if you're only kind of myopically focused on the model's accuracy. So it's model selection is always kind of a balancing act of selecting a model that is fair, that is removed as much bias as possible, that is safe, that is accurate. And now we're suggesting to introduce additional complexity there and throwing in emissions as a critical metric. I've had situations over time where we've built models, and ironically enough, we've worked on developing a commodity trading model that focused on wind energy. And looking back on that, I don't think that we provided a very critical lens as it relates to how that model was maintained, specifically the energy consumption around it, because the model itself took a day to train. We were integrating all historic data into the model, increasing the training time. And I think had we looked at it as, should we really be training this model to squeeze out a few dollars and cents as a trading system? Could we actually save? Could we reduce energy consumption if we were to kind of rethink or reevaluate that training regimen that we were proposing to put the model through? And the final that I'll leave you with is around principles that can be helped with deployment operationalizing models. So when we talk about operationalizing models, that usually just means taking your experiments, wrapping them as hardened software that can scale, and deploying them in your infrastructure. This last step is more of a software development activity, but I'm proposing that really compression needs to be a last step, or a reduction in the model's footprint needs to be a last step. And there are techniques that are well established for doing this that have been very common in the edge compute space. We use them today as we build models for VR and AR headsets, because you have a very compact compute environment that you're deploying models on. But this is rarely used in the enterprise unless you're like a very mature organization that's extremely conscious about model throughput. But compression of a model can reduce larger model sizes by up to 40 to 50%. Just in terms of the size, and can also reduce compute times by up to 70% in certain situations. The BERT model that I mentioned earlier is one that we were using as a foundational model with quantization, which is a technique for compression. We see a 50% reduction alone just in that model in terms of the inference time and the compute cycles used for inference. And this isn't the only technique. There are other techniques that are starting to emerge and become more common, including the use of artificial intelligence as a means of identifying more robust, more secure, more sustainable artificial intelligence architectures, neural network architectures. So we're using AI to design AI where sustainability could be introduced as a function in the objective for that AI. So I'll wrap with some key takeaways, and I'll leave you with some next steps that can be taken to kind of start to instill this discipline as part of your model development. But first, I mean, AI, it's the potential is there for it to be a critical factor in creating a sustainable society. But more importantly, we can't ignore the fact that we need to maintain AI sustainability as well. Responsible AI is the framework in which sustainability originates when we talk about AI. So that's the lens in which we need to view AI development, and it works in our favor that sustainability is kind of part of that. Sustainability is within AI, it needs to be holistic. So it needs to touch governance, model monitoring, your infrastructure, your development, your deployment, and your evaluation of models. And finally, we can take quick steps in introducing these principles into your organizations to begin thinking about your model development sustainably. But that requires us to think about new capabilities that can improve model efficiency, architecting in ways that maximize the reuse of models and maximizes simplicity, and also kind of reformulating the way that we think about value that's generated by the models. So finally, 3 steps to getting started on the journey to sustainable model portfolio. So the first is to get insight into your AI portfolio. There are tools out there that allow you to kind of footprint all of your models and kind of understand how much energy your models are going to consume. And more importantly, those tools can be used as part of the development life cycle to not only view the model's energy consumption at training time, but also over the life cycle of the model. Taking advantage of instrumentation throughout the life cycle is also important. So we can't change or can't manage that which we're not measuring, and instrumenting your model so that you can see and understand its energy footprint is critical. And finally, a simple change in how your teams operate and how your teams think about model development, instilling a simple to complex mindset where we move up the complexity curve only as necessary and as the problem warrants. So with that, I'll open it up to question and answer, and also Anand, if there are any other kind of final comments.
Yeah, no, I think you covered everything. Thanks, Joe. So open to any questions.
Great. So yes, thank you very much for the presentation. It's also from the timing, it's sort of incredible because just yesterday, NVIDIA has shown the new Hopper architecture, which is actually directly aiming of increasing the energy efficiency of transformer networks for transformer models, for example. So what are the odds? This happens just a couple of hours before. This actually brings me to my first question. Do you see this as a future trend, where, let's say, similar to cars in the past, that there will now lots of innovation in the semiconductor space will happen to lower the cost, or let's say lower the power consumption of training models?
Yes, I would say definitely yes, Clement. So it's not just we are talking about it. I think there's an increased awareness. Obviously, there are a number of AI scientists, AI researchers working in the sustainability, and it's almost sort of hypocritical for us to use AI in sustainability, and in that process, as Joe was explaining, basically contribute more to the carbon footprint, right? So it doesn't make sense. You might as well not use AI if there is going to be a net increase in carbon footprint. Just because we like AI doesn't mean that we should be increasing. So in that sense, I think there is a increased awareness and consciousness of the dangers of using AI in an unencumbered fashion. So I think we will see more, not only companies like us and others adopting, again, we just saw the paper from Google and others adopting it, but I think it'll also become part of what the governments and the regulators and other bodies would want. And in fact, there's a call for many of these large deep learning models to not only talk about accuracy and compare the accuracy, but also declare what's the energy consumption here, what is the carbon footprint, or at least the energy consumption, what is it, and what is the compute time. So basically to lay it out so that people can then do that comparison, not just in terms of accuracy, but also in terms of the carbon footprint. Yeah, definitely, I would say that is a big trend.
Okay, thanks a lot, because now we also received some questions on Slido. Yeah, let's start with the easiest one first. Will the slides be available for download later? This is actually a question to you.
Yes, we can definitely make it available. So we can send it to you, Clemens, and then yeah, you can make them available.
Okay, excellent. And yeah, also all the keynotes will be available later on our YouTube channel, which we have probably shown you 50 times already, but you will see it another 50 times. So don't worry. Then the next question is, where is the market for AI in the energy sector? Which would you consider the segment with the largest prospects? So I assume this is, in a sort of, is it in transmission? Is it in virtual power plants? Is it in consumption, or wherever?
Yeah, no, very good question. So we definitely are seeing quite a lot of AI use cases in the energy and the power sector. I would say it happens in almost every area, right? So I'll just take a couple of examples. In the transmission side, we have definitely had a number of AI use cases where we are monitoring the transmission lines using drones, using images, so that you can essentially restore power, especially after a disaster, much more quickly. We are seeing there. And we are also seeing things in the not in the upstream, but more in the downstream, where people are looking at trading energy, so looking at the futures, forwards. That's the example that Joe was giving. So maybe, Joe, you can elaborate more on the trading side. But there are definitely across the board, what I would say, there are AI use cases. And energy happens to be, I think, the second largest or maybe the third largest user of AI as well. After the media and telecommunications, they're actually ahead of this was a surprising result for us. So manufacturing and some of the energy and utility were heavier users of AI than some of the other sectors like healthcare and financial services.
Yeah, well, one more that I'll add, I think we see a lot of AI on the edge as it relates to predictive maintenance of equipment and instrumenting equipment and kind of deploying models to monitor those equipment. So I think we see that quite a bit of manufacturing and the airline space, anywhere where there's a lot of expensive equipment, but energy is a pretty common industry where that's present as well. So.
Okay, thanks for that. Maybe if we look more at Slido questions, what are the main applications which you have seen in the renewable energy sector? Which one of these do you see as the most efficient and impactful for producers or investors? Could you give us a flavor on that?
Yeah, interesting question. I know there are a number of different renewables that we are seeing. I would say a lot that's being done on the solar side, as well as wind and wave energy as alternatives. So we have some experience in doing some of the modeling, especially for the wind generation. As some of these gets very complex, the way I think AI is being used, both for solar as well as wind. In the case of solar, just being able to move the solar arrays even to a small extent, very minute extent, so that you capture the maximum position wherever the sun is moving, right? So that's one of the big use cases within AI for solar. Same thing with wind, being able to change the orientation of the blade so that you capture the maximum wind. So efficiency and AI focused on changing the control so that you get the maximum efficiency is where we have seen the AI being used. But I would say those are some of the areas of renewable energy.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, with regard to the time, because our next keynote speaker is also already here, one final question. It says, do you have experience with AI in power congestion management?
In power congestion management, I would say the way we have dealt with the power congestion is essentially matching the demand and the supply. Again, the energy sector, obviously everyone here would know this, that as the demand increases, the supply and the cost of the supply increases. So your base load is typically the renewable energy, so hydroelectric, maybe gas and other cheaper forms. As you get to the higher end of the demand, you then have to start producing much more of the nuclear energy and the higher cost energy. So how do you essentially look at the demand, and can you reduce the demand? Again, most of the energy trading that happens in the exchanges is a one-day forward. So you bid for tomorrow. So by being able to look at the pricing, you can change the demand structure and try and match the demand and the supply, again, based on weather conditions, based on the demand and need. So the pricing is the one that changes the congestion. Of course, things happen when there is an unscheduled droppage of certain power plants or energy. So that's when the prices speak. And that kind of a management of matching the demand and supply through pricing is what we have seen most.
Excellent. Yeah, so thanks a lot for your keynote, and also thanks a lot for sticking around for the questions, which were surprisingly large in number. This actually means that you showed something very relevant for the audience. I assume you will not stick around on the B2Match platform, because for you it's now almost 4 a.m. in the morning. So really thanks a lot for joining at this ungodly hour. And yeah, we will make the keynotes available later, and we will also send you the link for dissemination in your network. So thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you very much for having us here.
Right.
Great. So for our next keynote, we're very happy to have a very special guest at the stage. Actually, when we started to put together the program, we were thinking, or let's say, whenever we put together a program, it's very easy to invite some startups, because, you know, startups and AI, this is just what startups are doing naturally. It's also quite easy to find corporations which are dealing with this topic. But what is extremely challenging is finding someone that really knows the entire, not only value chain, but also decision chain. So with us on the stage, I welcome Mr. Christian Kern, former Chancellor or Prime Minister of Austria. He has rich experience in the energy industry, was afterwards in politics, and is a very active investor. So also many companies that you've seen at our previous events are actually investments done by Blue Minds and Tech House. So without further ado, with me on the stage, Mr. Kern.
Yes, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. And I really would like to take the opportunity and switch a little bit the perspectives compared with the previous fascinating speakers. And I think in these days, you need to come back to the most recent developments, the war which is Russia waging against Ukraine, because I personally believe that this is really a turning point in the history of energy systems, and will be seen in the future as a moment of a step change. And it's going even further than what we have seen in the 1970s in the first oil shock, which ended up with a pivot to nuclear and energy efficiency. But I believe this time the transition is going to be even more far-reaching, and I will give you my reasons why I believe so.
Okay, and just for in terms of housekeeping, the stage will be yours now for the next 15 minutes, and we will head back and see you at the Q&A session.
Okay, thanks a lot.
See you soon.
So it's definitely a turning point, and I've been working in the energy industry for decades, and I know that these discussions have been only led by a small group of professionals. But now the issue of energy security and energy supply has entered a much broader stage. And so in the past, it was a matter of discussions, public discussions, only if gasoline prices have been going up at the pump. But this time it's definitely different. And one of the reasons for that is energy is definitely not a fancy product. It's not existing in different colors. You can't wrap it nicely. It's definitely nothing which is a hit on the consumer markets. But it is also, on the other hand, the blood which circulates in the veins of our economy, and we have learned the hard way how important it is to secure sufficiently enough energy supply. And thank you very much also for the kind introduction. And I would give you some details what we are doing. So Blue Minds Group, and I'm running the company with two partners, Evelyn and Bernhard, is a company which is investing and building companies which are going along the SDG goals. This is very important to understand, because for us, working in the industry and promoting climate change is not a matter of lip service. Our money definitely goes where our word and our mouth is. And my personal background is, as you mentioned, I have been working in the energy industry, was the CFO of the trading business of Austria's largest energy group, have built the first trading floor for energy, power and gas in continental Europe. The Brits and the Scandinavian countries have been ahead, but that was a pretty innovative activities. For Austrian listeners, this might come as a surprise, because even if I have spent decades in business, I have spent also 3 years in politics, and I'm pretty sure that finally, when I'm passed away, on my gravestone, there will be set a quote which says, "Here rests in peace a politician." So be aware of your choices at the crossroads of your career. But I'm saying this to give you the understanding that my focus and my perspective on the issue we are discussing is first and foremost a business one. Saying this, we need to keep in mind that the predominant pattern, how politics and economy are interacting, is changing now. And it's not only a matter of the Ukraine and Russian crisis. We are seeing that the influence of politics in economy is on a broad scale growing. Climate change is only a matter which can be successfully prevented if politics is cooperating with business. We have seen a lot of interventions. Think about the CO2 trading schemes which have been implemented, at least in Europe. Think about Mr. Biden's Build Back Better initiatives. We have seen the same in COVID, where politics had a crucial role to bail out companies and corporates in this very hostile environment. And now we will see an acceleration of the political inventions in the economy in the next following years due to the urgent issue of securing energy supply. So this means that if you want to see around the corner what's coming next in the industry, you need to understand the patterns of this interaction between politics and economy. So if we are having now a more detailed look on what's going on most recently and switch to the developments in Russia, we need to face that this Russian war is confronting us with some very inconvenient truths. And today, I think it's not too pessimistic to say that Europe is confronted with decision alternatives which only offer very bad options. For us, at least, that's the case in the short term. Because if you look at the ultimate target of energy systems, which is to provide clean and affordable and secure energy, we need to notice that in short term, we will neither have a secure nor a clean nor an affordable energy supply. And my personal concern is that looking a few months down the road, this is only getting worse. We know that we might come to the point where we have to increase the pressure on Russia even further. And this means that if we want that the Russians are giving in the Ukraine, we might be in a position to completely ban energy imports, mainly gas from Russia. And we're absolutely not prepared to this, because in many European countries, or in some European countries, the share of Russian energy supplies with regard to gas, for example, reaches up to 80% of the total consumption. And we have a similar situation on the commodity markets. If you look at nickel, copper, neon, aluminium, where Russia is one of our most important suppliers. So one of the consequences is that if you look at the markets, we have seen that in the most recent weeks, the prices for some products have been going even 18 times up compared to last year's. And if you translate that, which is perhaps much easier to take for some people, into the prices you are charged at the pump for gasoline, then diesel would cost 12 euros per liter. And the bad news is that these price effects have not reached the end consumers now due to structural patterns on the market, because what I'm referring to is the wholesale markets, which will set with a certain delay also the prices on the retail markets. So the consequence is easy to understand. This development will not only fuel higher energy prices, but it will also nurture inflation and drive up the costs for rents and products of daily life. And this is not only a matter of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, it's also because in Europe we have accepted a flown market order for energy. And to give you an example, what I'm pointing to is that the day after the Russian invasion has started in Ukraine, the volumes of gas which have been transported via the interconnectors from Russia to Ukraine to Europe have been increased by 70%. But instead of prices going down due to the increased demand, they were even going up further. And that is definitely because of the uncertainty. But this is also definitely because in between, a lot of commodity traders, not only the Russians, are benefiting from these price developments. Their business model, the business model of commodity traders, is based on upheaval and turmoil, because this is definitely fueling their benefits. And this kind of speculation amplifies the market fluctuations by far. So there are players on the market which are benefiting from the pain of end consumers, which I believe is politically not maintainable in the long term. And I've seen that the European Commission and the European Council have discussed the matter yesterday. Important to understand, again, seeing around the corner, you need to understand regulation, you need to understand political trends to better get a feeling what's going on right now. And this is an urgent matter, because the International Energy Agency just recently has published a figure which says that in this year, energy companies will have excess profits because of these patterns of up to 200 billion euros. So this is an important issue. So what I would like to show you is that how intense the pressure is becoming for politics. And we have been talking about perfect storms. This is definitely a perfect mess which we have, and you can't overemphasize the challenge which we are facing in the next few months and years, because this, as I mentioned before, this energy price situation nurtures inflation, is increasing unemployment, and keep in mind that this all comes along with the migration of millions of people fleeing the terror, and we have the duty to host them and give them shelter. And remember, that's kind of a politics mix we had in the aftermath of the financial crisis 2008 and the migration crisis 2013-20 starting. By the way, it happened, the trigger was a drought in Syria, and you know that we're also discussing crop and wheat deliveries to North African countries this time. So it's a poisoned political cocktail which may have very detrimental consequences for democracies. And as an example, the outcome of this crisis we had in the aftermath of the financial crisis, 2008, reaching up to 2015, was an explosion of political populism, the election of Mr. Trump in the United States, and Brexit, which we have seen here in Europe. So that's the reason, and I'm telling you this because to give you the picture why I believe that what's coming up right now is not only that we see this unbearable bloodshed in Ukraine, but we will be really forced to transform completely politics and business, and first and foremost our energy systems. What we are going through is a phase where we will see a redefinition of energy to a cleaner and cheaper system, which ends the dependence on fossil resources. We will end up with an energy system which will be much more decarbonized, decentralized, digitized, and of course also much more democratic, because the pattern who is producing energy, who is consuming energy, and in which way we are doing that will change significantly. But for us, this means also that we are heading into an age where we definitely need very bold decisions, which we need to implement very bravely. And this implementation will be led by renewables. And this is not only something which is for climate activists an issue. It's a matter of common sense. That's at least my personal belief. Just to give you a figure, if we would have to substitute all the wind and sun power plants which we have already in Europe, we would need an additional gas supply of 1,000 terawatt hours per year. If you correlate that with the most recent prices in the wholesale markets, which is 90 euros per megawatt hour, then you will see that this would impose costs of 90 billion euros every year. So changing to renewables and CO2-free energy and power production is definitely a matter also of commercial rationality. But this transition will lead to has some downsides also, and it will lead to a more volatile and uncertain energy system, because wind and sun, easy to understand, is not always available. So, and what you need to know is, and I guess I'm telling here nothing new to the audience, is that the wholesale markets, which are underlying the retail markets, even today, perhaps the most volatile commodity markets which you can imagine. We have price deviations in 1 hour, for example, of several hundreds %, and in many hours of the day we have a negative prices today. And what you need to know is it doesn't make sense to look only at the energy prices. There is also a structure for the trading of capacities to balance the whole system, which leads to a bunch of diversified products. So all in all, it's a daily roller coaster ride, which offers, that's a good news, and tremendous value pool for new thinking. And another element, and we have seen that before, is, and I've been talking about the democratization of energy and digitization, is that we all know that in the past, the structure was pretty conservative. We had one power plant serving millions of clients and consumers. And in the future, we will see the deployment of many rooftop devices, decentralized storage elements, and the consequence will be that we will have millions of producers which are in the same moment also consumers entering the energy markets and taking an important role on that kind of markets. And this is exactly the point where software comes in, and I believe that all the challenges we have ahead can't be fixed if we don't deploy on a broad scale AI instrument. It's the only way to make the system more cleaner and more resilient. I mentioned already one of the keys, which is the addition of storage. And I'm not only talking about traditional pump hydro basins or battery storage. We will see a lot of storage implementation also with flywheels, pressurized air, and you name it. And cars, very important to understand that they are going to be also bidirectional players on the energy markets in the future. So we need that because we know that the production from renewables in some moments is abundant and in other moments it is scarce. So you need a facility which you can charge and discharge if you need it. And by definition, these assets are digital assets which you can't operate manually. And it's absolutely impossible to manage the objectives, for example, like production optimization or revenue maximization with an Excel spreadsheet. It's not working out, and you can't even do that with the traditional mechanisms of automation which are deployed in the industry. Just to give you a hint about the possibilities, and it's very important to understand that all these supply and demand patterns are driven by so many different macro data, driven by the rollout of smart meters. So much more data will be available in the future from every household on a minute basis. We will track and then see their consumption patterns. We will see even more volatile and complex wholesale markets, and this has to be put in a model. And so the consequence is, if storage is the alter ego of renewables, then software is definitely the brain of these storage assets and all future energy assets. And how diversified the market already is, and I believe it's just a starting point. I would like to give you the example of the Australian market. So they are pretty advanced, definitely. And if you are a storage owner on the Australian market, if you had a battery in your basement, for example, and make it to a tradable asset, every 5 minutes you can choose between 18 different products you are selling the energy from your storage system. And to do this, you need a reasonable view on what's going to happen on the next 24 hours, because it might be more useful to trade the energy from your battery 5 hours later, for example. And to get an understanding for that, you need to analyze and process tons of data, do a lot of math and statistics. And so easily to see that without artificial intelligence, there is no way to optimize these systems. And coming from the energy industry, specifically from the trading perspective, there is another interesting development, because if you look at the financial markets today, almost 95% of the trades, perhaps even more, are done by algorithms and computers. If you compare that with the energy industry, power and gas, for example, you will see there is only a very, very limited number, and today mostly concentrated on the intraday markets. So, but this is just one business model, because one of the colleagues has asked the previous speakers which segments you believe are the most reasonable ones, most promising ones for the deployment of AI. Definitely, it's not only the commercial optimization. There are a lot of other cash pools in many other segments. For example, predictive maintenance, which is also just starting, although the industry have been talking years about it. Also the improvement of the efficiency of investments in infrastructure, for example. And if you put this together, just the investment side, and if you assume that AI could improve the efficiency of these investments by just 1%, then up to 2050, you can save 1,300 billion euros just being saved because of the deployment of artificial intelligence. So there are great targets, large numbers, and a really huge potential which could be triggered by artificial intelligence. And let me finally come to another very structural conclusion on my side. So I have mentioned that Blue Minds is building and investing in technology companies which follow the SDG requirements. And we have companies which are very much engaged in the AI sector. We have been owners of Has2Be, which was sold to ChargePoint, which is the leading provider of the invoicing and billing software for electric vehicles. We are involved in Israeli companies which are in cybersecurity for railways, for example. We are involved in a company which is monitoring the condition, the health of car batteries, which is absolutely crucial because from 2025 on, you are obliged to recycle the batteries, and you need a benchmark how to proceed with all this stuff. And we have a lot of more companies in our portfolio. Fsight, a very exciting company, will present later on the way how they see and deal with the future. But what I have experienced also is that significant parts of my life I have spent in the energy sector and in the railway sector. And today we are helping startup companies on the technology side. And my personal experience is that energy and railway are definitely the most conservative sectors if it comes to innovation. There is no other sector which is so reluctant to innovate. And if you have not the understanding that we are at the tipping point now, and if you don't see that even these super tankers, which are based on heavy metal, have to adapt and have to change the business model to data-driven business models, then I believe that we will see a significant change also in the big corporate structure. Because if they don't understand, then it's not exaggerated to say, okay, either you modernize or you die, because the change which we will face here is really tremendous. Up to now, I think the analysis that there is still a lot of resistance in the sector is absolutely right. Just this week, Financial Times has published their yearly manual about the most innovative, fastest growing companies in Europe. And we have seen that only 2 out of the first 50 are in the energy sector. And again, it's just commercial innovation and no technological innovation, which we need so urgently. So finally, there's a lot of work to do for you, and I'm very much looking forward to an exciting future. Thanks.
Great. Yeah. So thanks a lot. That was very insightful. This is also very quotable material, especially the one on the energy and rail sectors. This is already written down. We received actually lots of questions from the audience. So with regard to time management, I would, let's say, pick up 3 of them. The first one and most upvoted one is from the Austrian power grid, actually. It says, what are the main opposing factors to the widespread adoption of AI methods in the energy sector, especially in Austria?
No, I think we are just at the starting point. As I mentioned, it's a matter of mindsets also, and you need to filter out what are the most profitable models and ways to deal with. And specifically, if you look at APG, and by the way, I have been responsible for the business when I was a member of the board of directors of Verbund. So we know that resilience of the networks is becoming super crucial. Today, everybody knows that we can't afford a blackout, and we need to deploy completely new methods of working with it. Because there is a saying in Austria, and not only in Austria, but it's in the overall energy industry, that renewables is nothing which you can rely on. It's a nice to have, but you can't build your system on that. And I think the future will show that there is a proof that you can build a resilient, cheap and clean system based on renewables if you deploy the right software and optimize it. And I think this is what's going to happen. APG is definitely one of the most innovative players in the European power markets. I know the company pretty well. But again, a lot of people have to change their mindset.
Okay, maybe let's stick to the next question. which means how does regulation affect the adoption of AI in the energy sector? And let me add a second particular topic. While CapEx are accepted in the regulatory asset base by the regulatory authority, especially in Austria, OpEx are not. If you are now thinking on optimizing a grid with AI or software solutions, how would that work?
No, it's a good question, and I think we will only manage the future if the whole ecosystem improves, and this means that also the regulators have to learn their lesson. I'm pretty optimistic that this is going to happen. I tried to explain a little bit what I believe is that regulation is becoming more and more crucial in the sector. But on the other hand, the demands are so pressing and so urgent that I believe that regulators also have to adapt. So implementing renewables means that you really need to change the whole way how the system is acting, and politics and the economy is cooperating. Just to give you an example, in the future, it was crystal clear that new gas contracts are negotiated by the big players in Austria, OMV, in Germany, RWA, Wintershall, and you name it. But last week, we have seen that the German Minister for Economic Affairs, Mr. Habeck, for good reasons and successfully, was traveling to the Emirates and Qatar and negotiating deals in detail. So this is a complete change because politics is becoming more and more an actor. And so therefore, I think what we as citizens and taxpayers should expect is that not only there is a higher level of professionality on the corporate side, but also on politics side and bureaucracy side. And so therefore, I think they can open doors with specifically if it comes to the planning of infrastructure and the size of investments, but they have to be prepared properly. And honestly speaking, my personal experience in politics was that they are very good in thinking in headlines, preparing the next press conference, but they have some limitations if it comes to strategic thinking.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. This is the perfect word you just provided with strategic thinking. It goes in the direction of your own investment portfolio. The question says, in which countries are you actively investing, and where do you see regional differences, like in terms of topic or let's say round sizes and so on?
So our focus is mainly in Germany, Israel, some activities also in Austria, in the United States. But our activities in Austria are the minor part. That's one of the consequences. If you have been a former prime minister of a company, one of the privileges is that you can forget to do business in your own country because everybody says, okay, hey, what is he doing here? But we have some interesting activities also. Collective Energy, for example, is a company who is financing renewable projects, doing very good. And some other activities. But just want to tell you a short anecdote. You have been asking about the environment. So I think Europe is definitely improving. Macron in Paris have launched amazing initiatives. London, Berlin, Munich is prospering, and then Europe is definitely picking up speed. But the most compelling story I received is really an anecdote. I've been the CEO of Austrian Railways. It's a 45,000 business people, employees people, business, large structures, a lot of money involved, tremendous capex and so on. And I was invited by a young man in a hotel in Israel who wanted to present me his startup, revolutionizing the whole railway system, the global railway system, building a new ticketing system. Because if you would like to plan a travel from Berlin, let's say, to Bucharest, and buy your ticket, it's really a nightmare. It's not working out, and it's not comparable with aviation, for example. And this young guy said, okay, I'm revolutionizing the ticketing of the global railway industry. And when he was starting, I was just thinking, hey, guy, you're an Israeli-grown boy. We are sitting here in the hotel, and you're explaining me how the railway market works. But you need to take into account that the whole railway system in Israel has the length of the corporate rail system, which just first the steelworks in Linz has. So it's nothing, it's almost peanuts. But I was so impressed by the mindset of this eager and ambitious young man that when we finalized the discussion, I had a feeling, yes, he's going to be the one who's doing that. And I think it's a great story, which makes such a big difference in the Israeli ecosystems. They have proven that they are successful, and they have people who really live up to their dreams.
That's a very interesting idea. This actually sounds like building what Shippo is doing to logistics. They build an API for all the providers you do for railway. That's an interesting thing. Yeah, with regard to the time, perhaps the very last question, perhaps you want to, okay. It's about renewable energy supply is fluctuating strongly and needs tighter collaboration on international level. How to solve the cybersecurity vulnerability?
Yeah, that's an important matter. And again, so I think if you remember back 2017, the Russian assault on Ukrainian infrastructure, they have been stopped short before taking over the power supply, but everybody believes that this would have been possible. And so it's like the nuclear bomb of infrastructure systems. And I believe that in the past, companies, also regulation, has been too hesitating to force a more strict approach on cybersecurity. It's like with COVID. Everybody has known that the pandemic would be possible. Remember Bill Gates, who has explained that on a broader scale to the public. But everybody has ignored it because it was just imposing costs and not creating value. But I think today we have learned the lesson that we have to incur this kind of costs because otherwise our whole value proposition is at risk. And I think COVID, Russian crisis will definitely speed up the efforts.
Perfect. This brings us to the end of the Q&A session. Really, thanks a lot for joining. And yeah, I hope we can contribute. You mentioned your tombstone before, that in the future it will say he participated in an AAIC once, and the rest people will have forgotten long by then.
I'm pretty sure. You're right.
Working on it. So thanks a lot. And yeah, as to all other speakers, we will make your talk later on available on YouTube, but we will also provide you the link. So enjoy your day. It's incredibly sunny today. It's the first spring day in Vienna. So thanks a lot and bye-bye.
My pleasure. Goodbye.
Great. So yeah, Michael, who's the next one?
The next one on our stage is from down under. He is Professor Matt Kuperholz in South Bank in Australia. And he will talk about virtual power plants on a cloud solution. And with that, I think he will try to reduce the cost of energy by implementing AI solutions, i.e. power solutions for the distributed energy ecosystem. We are all excited, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we take care of the technical setup as we discussed, because in the preparation we found out that Matt has even more video and audio equipment at home than we have in the studio. So it's a pleasure to give you the entire screen. You just need to change one small setting and the stage is yours. So see you in the Q&A soon.
Thank you very much. Hi. My name is Matt Kuperholz. It's my pleasure to be with you this morning. And it was really great to hear the previous speaker talking about the sophistication of the Australian market. Not a very deep market for energy, but we have an incredible amount of sunfall and a lot of wind. And what I want to share with you is a project which I was very proud to work on a few years ago, building a virtual power plant from scratch. We've since leveraged and expanded on this use of technology, but I'm going to tell the original story. As the chief data scientist and as a professor of AI, I'm industry agnostic. I'm not an energy industry specialist. I've worked across all industries. In fact, I've solutioned AI for over 40 of our top 50 companies on our stock market. And with all of them, there's this idea, and it seems to disobey the fundamental laws of thermodynamics, but this idea that we can get something for nothing, or I'm not sure if it's just an Australian saying, the mythical free lunch. How do you get something from nothing? Well, when you're using data as your fundamental asset and AI as a preferred tool to create value in that data, you're creating some value, but you're not using the data up. So therefore, we can break these rules of thermodynamics. We can get more out of a system than we put into it, because the resource, the asset that we're using to generate value, i.e. data, is not being consumed in that value creation process. Now, to make it even more exciting, and as Christian Kern alluded to with the 6Ds, I also am an incredible fan of this idea of exponential times and the disruption that they bring. Peter Diamontes and Ray Kurzweil of the Singularity University, and in fact their energy specialists talk about it all the time. This idea that things aren't improving linearly, they're improving exponentially, they're doubling. So in 5 years' time, it's not going to be 5 times better, it's going to be 32 times better. And give it another couple of years and it's 100 times better. And give it another couple of years and it's 1,000 times better. So exponentiality is something we're very familiar with from the concept of Moore's law, and that hardware is improving exponentially the number of processors on a chip. Now, you can wrap your head around the fact that your mobile phone might have thousands of times more power basically disposably in your pocket than the biggest Cray supercomputers had in the 80s. But imagine when that's doubling in power every 18 months or so. What does this mean in terms of our ability to crunch this enormous amounts of data? Because data is another thing that we recognize is increasing exponentially. The volume of data, the value we can get from that data, the variety of data, these are all exponential. But if we flip the metric and you consider performance per dollar invested, you also see that storage is exponential. The cost per megabyte, per petabyte, per terabyte has been decreasing exponentially, whether we're talking about solid state storage or spinning disks or optical storage. In general, as a technological area, storage is observed to be exponential. So too are communication technologies. The cost per dollar to move information around is improving exponentially over time. Renewable energy, we've talked about this. The price per megawatt per gigawatt generated is decreasing exponentially regardless of the technology and wherever we look, which is why it's catching up and overtaking so quickly traditional energy sources, non-renewable. We also see that batteries as a group of technology in terms of performance per dollar are improving exponentially. Our ability to store and work with data is decreasing in terms of cost exponentially, or increasing in terms of performance per dollar invested. And as a group of technologies, the Internet of Things, the micro sensors, I have one on my desk. They control my house. I get them from China for $3 each. A very powerful microcomputer, a wireless communications module, a small battery, again, a bunch of exponential technologies really, but allowing us to connect in an exponentially cheaper way more and more devices for the machine-to-machine internet. I'm putting trust on this list because technologies of trust, think about, to start with, perhaps asynchronous encryption, and what a miracle that is, that we can securely exchange information without pre-exchanging keys. But more recently, technologies of trust like decentralized trust in distributed ledgers and blockchains, and privacy-enhancing technologies, these are all exponential, allowing us to trust in an ever more connected world where trust is really getting quite broken if we think about trust in traditional agencies and governments and news and banks. Another couple of technologies, and I'm bringing up these exponential technologies because they've all actually come to be relevant and brought to bear to some extent in the solution which I'm going to talk you through. But automation, the ability to take humans out of the loop. Analytics in general as a field which leverages hardware and data and computing power, and AI, my chosen field. I've been using it almost every day for the last couple of decades. We make statements like it's going to contribute as much as the current GDP of China and India put together to the global economy by the end of the decade, or that when we survey globally CEOs of major companies, 75% of them say AI is going to change their business. These are big statements, but it's a little hard to wrap our head around. So before I deep dive a little bit more into AI, I just want to make a point that's probably already come across, which is these exponential technologies don't operate in a vacuum. In fact, they support and multiply each other. So even though any one of them is exponential, when you've got internet connected devices and the ability to communicate with them, both improving exponentially, and you've got smart meters and other devices generating exponential amounts of data, which can be crunched even faster with exponential hardware and put AI to bear to solve these problems, it's more than exponential. It's exponential on steroids. But first, let me give a quick tip of the hat to perhaps demystifying AI, because it really is a very large field, and to understand exactly what it means, you kind of have to understand what it means to be intelligent, let alone artificially intelligent, and that's quite tricky sometimes. So I find it's useful to work across two different dimensions when explaining and getting your head around AI. The first dimension is this idea of narrow AI can be on a spectrum to general AI. So narrow AI is where it's doing one simple thing. Let's say playing a game, the rules are very clearly defined. General AI, it's much more human, or perhaps in a non-anthropomorphic way, not even human. The tasks are much more general purpose. Think computer vision, think self-driving cars, a number of different things that have to coordinate together. And another dimension is, to what degree are we leaving humans in the loop of this task? Now, one form of AI might be very narrow and we've left the humans in there. It's effectively just an assisted intelligence. If we get more general, but we leave humans in there, that's a form of augmented intelligence. If we're taking humans out of the loop, but it's relatively narrow, relatively simple, that's probably an automated intelligence. And an autonomous intelligence, sort of the pinnacle of how we might use AI, is that it's more general in its nature and the humans are out of the loop. And the AI application or solution I'm going to take you through is probably more in that area of autonomous intelligence. But exponential technology aside, and fast-moving developments in AI aside, it's important to anchor in the fact that regardless of technology, we really only have 5 different types of questions we might ask, 5 types of questions we might ask when it comes to creating value. We ask questions about the past. What has happened? Why has that happened? Use your data science and use your business intelligence to tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's happening right now. Help me classify. Help me put a label on what's going on right now. What mode of operation am I in? How risky is it? Use the historical data and forecast and tell me what's likely to happen. Or if you don't have historical data, use some digital twins or simulations and answer for me what could happen if. And finally, the pinnacle of value on this traditional analytics maturity curve is prescriptive analytics, optimization. All right, the future's uncertain. Help forecast the future. Help simulate what could possibly happen, and then prescribe what should I do with my scarce resources in this uncertain future to maximize some present goal. And that optimization is at the heart of this virtual power plant solution. And it's also pretty much the most value we can release from data is when we're asking questions around optimization. To wrap these questions up to create value, there's 4 very simple steps. Let's start with some challenge. Let's apply our data assets with some AI, and then let's make sure we do something to realize that value. So let's have a look at the problem we're facing into. We want to create an automated solution, humans out of the loop. It's going to orchestrate. I love that word. It conjures up this idea of an orchestra. I'll just make myself a little bit smaller. We want to orchestrate distributed energy resources, things we're allowed to switch on or off, things which can talk to us, things which we can control. And we want to do this in order to provide cheaper and cleaner energy, more reliably and efficiently, to both industrial and residential customers. And while we're doing that, we want to maximize the value of the asset. We want to make sure the battery is paid off. We want to make sure the aging distribution network is not stressed through peak loads and otherwise. And we want to minimize the maintenance of our infrastructure. So it's a pretty small ask, not really. And then what about if we add to that, we want to make sure we do it in a fair, explainable, robust, secure, and appropriately governed and ethically aware way. In other words, whilst doing all these things, whilst orchestrating these DERs, whilst making energy cleaner and cheaper and reliable and more efficient, and whilst helping the aging assets and the new assets to be maximized in value, we want to do so in a way that we call responsible AI, to be fair, to be aware of the ethical framework under which you're making these decisions. But before we get into all of that, let's just prove that this is possible, because sometimes these tech geeks like me get very excited and you want to throw AI at everything. Is this even possible? Well, let's quickly prove with a very, very simple example on the back of the envelope that indeed it is. The very simple example is we're just talking about one day in time. There's the morning, there's the afternoon, or there's the morning, there's the evening, and there are just two households. Now, in the first scenario, let's imagine they have no forecasting capabilities. They've got no batteries. They've got no solar panels. We can't control their air conditioning. We're not allowed to switch their pool pump on or off. Basically, they are an old school house that says, I'm going to buy electricity when it's needed. House one has a big demand in the morning, 15 kilowatt hours. House two only needs 5. The current price of electricity in the morning is very, very cheap. So they buy that electricity, and in the evening it flips around. House two is more energy hungry, and house one is less. Now you can see they're both using only 20 kilowatt hours, 20 kilowatts rather. And although they buy it at different times, house one is buying it when it's more expensive and house two is buying it when it's cheaper. So house one's spending 16 cents in that day, house two 9 cents. The average spend per kilowatt is 13 cents. Okay. What if they were able to forecast just in a silo? What if they could see what their demand is going to be in the afternoon? Well, house one says, oh, I'm going to need 15 kilowatts later, and I know it's going to be more expensive. Fortunately, I've got a battery, so my best strategy is to charge my battery in the morning and use it in the evening. House two says, oh, I can also see it's going to be more expensive in the evening. My demand is lower. I'm going to half charge my battery. And in the evening, they both draw down from their battery, and it ends up being cheaper for house one than before, cheaper for house two before, and cheaper on average for both of them. But what happens if they have perfect knowledge and there's some God system orchestrating between the two houses? Well, then what happens is house two is actually aware that it should buy more cheap power in the morning and sell it back to house one in the evening at a slight premium. And house one knows that it should fully charge its battery in the evening. Now, what that does is it ends up with not only a cheaper cost for both houses in scenario two, but the average cost overall has dropped to 5 cents. Now, before it was 7 cents, and in the very naive system, it was 13 cents. So by allowing the houses to orchestrate between them and to forecast price and to forecast demand, we see that we can optimize and build a more efficient system. So now let's look at the questions that we're asking of our virtual power plant. We're saying, what has happened? In other words, can you help understand the drivers of demand and supply of electricity? But that's, depends on the distribution network and the sub networks. So we actually want it by the different types and regions and segments and customers and. In other words, help me understand the past of energy usage. What if we ask questions about what's happening right now? So what are the availability and constraints on the distributed energy resources? You might have a pool pump, which you're letting me switch on, but you don't want it running after midnight because it's right outside your bedroom window. So we have distributed energy resources, but they have constraints, and there are network constraints. So we want to know what's available. We want to know the current demand. We want to know the current supply, again, by cost, type, region, segment, etc. We want to answer questions about what will happen. We want to forecast future supply. We want to forecast future demand. We want to forecast peak loads. We want to forecast prices, spot prices and future prices. We want to do this with a view to the future. So we want to apply our predictive analytics to the data. We also want to build a digital twin. We want to simulate the network to allow us to test what would happen under all these different scenarios and with different sort of configurations and different goals that are seeked in different ways. And finally, and most importantly, we want to orchestrate all of this by optimizing a portfolio that controls these distributed energy resources based on the hindsight, what has happened, based on the insights, what's happening now, based on the forecast of the future, based on the output of the simulations, considering our constraints, and all of it under an ethical framework to ensure we're doing so responsibly, which is where I'll close. So I'm only going to give this a passing note for now, the idea of responsible AI. And because we're greedy, that's not all we want. We want to build this thing in the cloud. We want it to therefore be scalable. We want to be able to scale it up or down, hopefully up, and it's actually only been in the one direction. We want to build it with a modern microservices, extensible, API-driven approach. The reason being that in the future there will be new batteries which we have to control with different devices. There'll be new device hubs. There'll be new industrial plants which allow us to control different energy consumption, supply and demand. So we need this to be extensible. We need it to work in real time, over controlling many Internet of Things devices, and we need to be able to manage the streaming of data both in and out. To deal with this mountain of data, we know that to both forecast and optimize, we're going to have to turn to AI. And in fact, it's going to be more general purpose AI with humans out of the loop. So it's more autonomous intelligence. We want to do that for both our forecasting and optimization. We want to have access to a digital twin of the whole environment so that we can ask what if questions and try it out under different scenarios and configurations. And we want to enable the owners and the users of the system to have advanced analytics, self-service reporting. As we develop this with our clients, we want it to be done so collaboratively with a mixed team, and we want to use agile development principles. I've already talked about the whole thing is overarched with this. We're going to do the right thing. We're going to do it responsibly. And finally, as a business model, we want to build this as a managed service. We want to run it for our clients, and then we finally want to transfer it over to them. So what did we build? Let's have a look at the very highest level as to what this platform looks like. Well, there's some data flowing in to the platform. There's controls out to the customers and devices. In the middle, we're going to have to do a fair amount of data work. Now, anyone who's been hands-on in AI knows that most of the effort is getting your data right in the first place. In other words, extracting the right features and expressing that data in the right way. We then need to forecast. We're going to forecast both price and demand. And then once we've got a future view of price and demand, and we know about our configuration of our devices that are connected and giving us permission to switch on and off, we optimize. And then we push that optimization out through a bunch of orchestration layers into the real world. We switch batteries, solar panels, pool pumps, industrial pumps, air conditioners, car batteries, all kinds of devices are both switched on or off or adjusted the thermostat or otherwise the energy consumption. Some of the biggest gains earlier on were through industrial water pumps that would pump basically stored kinetic energy. So pump water up a hill to a large dam when it's empty and then run it back down the dam to do some work when electricity would be more expensive. We're switching industrial fail-safe diesel generators in the basements of buildings that essentially sat idle for that 1 in 10 year event when they needed to switch on. Well, now we can make those assets work and switch them on when it makes sense in terms of an orchestration. When the music played is going to be nice to our ears. So let's put the middle bit aside for now and let's have a closer look at the sort of data that is feeding into this thing. Literally thousands and thousands of dimensions streaming in real time. Things like the smart meter reads by household, by industrial site. Things like the weather data down to micro locations. Of course, we know how much weather drives people's desire to turn on their air conditioning and their heating, how much harder it makes certain industrial processes to run in the cold or the hot. So having weather up to the nearest minute was very important. Our energy market operators data, both the main market and the ancillary market were both fed in. We looked at the actual flows of power around the networks, and then we looked at these devices that we were controlling. What was their actual state? So that was streaming. We then had batch data about the customers, uploaded with some regularity, their tariffs, different strategies, different constraints on the network, and all the specifications for the devices, including, you know, their ramp up rates, their startup costs, and other technical details which we needed to know to actually orchestrate them. There was a bunch of adjustable stuff here, which is primarily around the preferences of both the customer and the device operator. In the middle, this data, both streaming and batched, was run through this platform, which would then orchestrate through device hubs, so multiple devices in the one home, down to individual devices, as I said, starting with things like pool pumps and air conditioning units that I can put up or down 1 degree, moving into industrial pumps and industrial generators and many different types of storage devices. We can add devices through this microservices infrastructure and keep doing it. And then also the output to the customer portal, which is where you can self-manage and self-report. Let's have a tiny look into some of these a little bit further. When it comes to forecasting, this particular data was both forecasting for the entire market and for the customer, the demand and the price. Those forecasts fed into more prepared data, which looked at the device specifications in terms of the constraints, looked at the forecast for future price and usage, and looked at the current state out of the reporting engine, and then it performed the very challenging task of optimizing. What's the best way to control these batteries, these devices, to meet the overall goal? What's the overall goal? Cheaper, more efficient energy, a more stable load on the network at all points, and better life of the assets. So multiple goals were optimized for. Of course, there was a bunch of testing, a bunch of digital twinning, a bunch of comparing expected to actual, and continual enhancement of both forecasting models and optimization models. But in the end, switched on live. It's only been growing in one direction. I was very, very happy with how it's performed. I think you'd be happy too. The entire investment of this project was paid back in a single day of operation. Quite an amazing achievement, really. And finally, I've been talking about it for a while. You can watch a whole video on it here if you want. It wasn't just Spider-Man's uncle, Ben Parker, who said, Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. It's been said many times before, and we don't get this completely free lunch without saying, hang on a minute, this system is complicated. How are we going to monitor its performance? Is it being fair? In fact, what is fair? Is it fair for a poorer household that can't afford these distributed energy resources to be paying a higher energy price because they're not contributing? Is it fair for the person with fewer solar cells to not be able to benefit from the network which they're contributing into? How do you set these tolerances? How do you set these configurations so that we're not just making the rich richer and the poor poorer? And it's not just about financial equity. There's all kinds of different ethical considerations, which there's no right answer. It depends on which society we're in. It depends how we value things. It depends on the alternatives. It depends to some extent on regulation as well. But we need to know, just because we can do this thing, how should we best do it? And that's the ethical framework that has to sit on top of AI-enabled energy solutions. And in fact, most AI-enabled solutions. We have to monitor the performance. We have to check that it's unbiased. We have to check that it's not drifting. We have to secure it robustly against cyber attacks and nefarious attacks on AI. And more importantly than ever, we have to be able to point to the decision we've made and govern the system appropriately. So that's just a teaser for responsible AI, which of course underpins everything we do. I hope this has been interesting. It certainly was a great project for me and very rewarding to create that free lunch in the energy sector and prolong the major infrastructure investments by balancing the load and helping Australia transition to renewables. And as I said before, making energy cheaper and cleaner and more efficient for all. Thank you.
But now it works. Yeah, you know, we just had to change the setting back again. Thanks a lot for the insight, and also thanks a lot for catching up the time as you promised. So like in YouTube, this would be the 1.5x mod. Well done. We also received lots of questions. So yeah, which is basically a testament how hot the topic of VPPs are at the moment. So let's start with the first one. Please, if we could mark it. What's your experience with partners from the energy sector? Are they more on the conservative side when it comes to AI usage?
You know, and I've got to be careful here. These are my personal views. These aren't the official views of PWC Australia or PWC anywhere, to be honest. I find most Australian companies too conservative when it comes to AI. Remember, this idea of we need some AI is completely flawed to start with. It's the tail wagging the dog. The way you've got to do it, as per one of my slides, is start with your challenge. Start with your business challenge or your societal challenge, whether that's customers, employees, supply chains, operations, finances, it doesn't matter. Start with the challenge and then realize that with the wealth of data and in these exponential times, AI might be part of your solution. But put AI aside, rather, I would like to see a lot less conservatism in terms of tackling the big, hairy, audacious problems with AI and data.
Great.
Okay, let's stick to the next question on Slido. 75% of Australia's energy is generated through coal. How pressing is it to introduce AI into energy distribution? Sounds like not very.
Oh, I don't think that's particularly fair. Yes, we are addicted to the brown rocks under the ground. Yes, this is changing very quickly. It just doesn't make commercial sense any longer. We are retiring coal-powered stations. We have modelled with a million jobs plan from Beyond Zero Emissions, an Australian think tank. We have modelled how we can actually improve our economy by getting away from coal. It's obviously a one-way journey. I think we see that all around the world. And in Australia, you know, you see great take-up of renewables. As I said before, we've got enormous amounts of sun falling on our country very reliably. We're even shipping some of that into Asia with the Sun project, Sun Cable project. Yes, we're coming from a relatively low base, but hopefully we're speeding up. And all I can say is it's very important to me.
Great, thank you. Then, yeah, this is now definitely a question from someone from the energy industry, because this is now very, very specific already. Why should energy providers be interested in efficient energy consumption and storage of their customers' C&D layer? How would it benefit their bottom line?
And therein lies the rub. Why should a water company try and interest you in an efficient shower nozzle? First of all, because it's the right thing to do. Second of all, because as the previous speakers talked about, energy is not very differentiated. I do think there are different colors of electrons and we need to track those again with AI and traceable technology. In other words, I want to know if that's green energy versus otherwise. But it's not differentiated and it is falling exponentially in price and VAT. So we need to turn to the value add services. So in Australia anyway, who owns the electrons may well own the household and the data. So what does it mean if you're allowed inside the meter and you can control things in my house? Am I then going to give half of it back to Google or Amazon? I don't think so. So it allows energy companies to move into a value add and a higher value service. When all these houses have batteries sitting on 4 wheels in their garages, it's going to be about the smart management of that and the distribution of value to all. So it's about seeing the writing on the wall. It's about not having a Kodak moment. And it's about realizing that the secret to salvation is actually to get people to use your traditional product less, in which case they're going to use your new products more.
Perfect. Then, yeah.
Can we make the next one?
Yeah,
cool.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah. Okay. So Matt, from an investment perspective, how do you see the margin development if virtual power plants are getting a commodity status in the upcoming years?
So virtual power plants, like AI, is a concept and a whole group of technologies. They afford all kinds of different financing models for renting and buying. They include different ways of rewarding me for when I use my car or don't use my car. They really are quite unbounded in terms of ultimate functionality and the goals that we are seeking for, which isn't just the cleaner energy and the the more stable load on the asset. It's all aspects of my life that I want to be able to optimize, where power and energy is a part of that. So I don't think, I think perhaps your run-of-the-mill products are going to be commoditized. We built this thing from scratch because our client wasn't happy with what was available off the shelf. And if you think into the future with all of the functionality around financing and renewable energy and electric vehicles and all the different connected devices in my home, then I don't think this is standing still long enough to be commoditized. I may be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks a lot. So, yeah, it was great to have you on board. I think it's time that we also release you in your well-deserved evening, as I learned in the preparation. Yeah, if there's anything you would like to share later on, just send us the links and we can still disseminate it on the Bit2Match platform. So, yeah, this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
So before we now switch to the introduction of the next speakers, we will have a brief change of moderators. So yeah, just after the video loop, you will see Ahmad from PWC and Matthias from Austria. So see you soon.
And welcome back. We are here already, Matthias Grabner and Ahmad Moser from PwC. And let's see if we already have with us Peter Baumgartl. Peter, can you hear us? Peter is the community lead augmented training at Inspired. And today he will give us a keynote on applications of machine learning on short-term power markets and its challenges. Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear as well. We already have your slides here. Let's just quickly put them on and we give you the floor for a couple of minutes. Ahmad, any previous announcements to
Yes.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. So energy trading or energy traders basically analyze production, demand, and price of energy. They use that, of course, to create policy about energy trading. We heard today Christian Kern talking about energy trading, and he said currently only intraday is basically trading is the major trading in energy. We have seen how we can use artificial intelligence recently in trading in general, especially in the stock market trading, for example, using specific algorithms like reinforcement learning. So today we will see an application of trading using artificial intelligence on energy trading. And for that, I would like to welcome our guest from Inspired.
One more housekeeping point. This is live. You can use the Slido or LinkedIn chat function to ask questions to Peter Baumgartl, and we see each other in the Q&A session. Peter, the floor is yours.
Cool, perfect. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me. I have to say that I am very glad that the speakers, Mr. Kern and Professor Kuperholz, before me already gave a lot of context that puts what I'm going to speak about a little bit, makes it a little bit more tangible. So my topic is, like was said in the introduction, applications of machine learning on short-term power markets. So we heard a lot about applications of machine learning, like in a distributed grid or in a VPP or the power markets in general. But I'm going to give more in-depth examples. And basically what I'm going to talk about briefly is who is Enspired. So you get some idea about what we do. Then what the power markets are in a nutshell, because it's important to understand that in order to understand why use machine learning or what machine learning can be used for. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the most common machine learning use cases, the more advanced ones and its challenges, and then we have some time for questions. So what is Enspired? Actually, Professor Kuperholz gave a really good perspective of what we do, because if you think about VPPs or also all conventional power stations like renewables or whatever, pumped storages, batteries, it's important that you don't only optimize them technically, but you also optimize them commercially. And that is what Enspired offers. So we are a startup based in Vienna. We got founded 2 years ago, basically. And our offering is trading as a service, which is kind of a new concept. It's a bit like software as a service, but we provide commercial optimization of all possible power assets, like renewables, VPPs, whatever you can think of. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction about the short-term power markets, because when you hear about the wholesale market, it always gives off the impression that it's one market, which it really isn't. There is a lot of different markets, and you need to understand a little bit how they work in order to understand why use machine learning and what it can be used for. So the markets start out with long-term agreements, day-ahead trading. So long-term agreements are not really interested, so I'm not going to go into detail about them right now, because they are more for hedging and OTC trading. So the most important part of the power markets, at least on the short term, is the day-ahead auction. And the day-ahead auction is basically an auction that takes place every day, where everybody trades their whole portfolio. So all consumers buy all their consumption needs on the day-ahead auction. All producers sell their whole production on the auction. And it's just a blind auction where everybody says, like the producers say, I can produce at price, I don't know, 150 euros at the moment, maybe for a coal power plant. They say, if the price is above that, I'm going to sell. The consumers say, I'm going to buy. And that's how the power prices are made. So it's very important to understand that after the day-ahead auction, basically everybody already bought and sold everything they need. So you should have no position left. You should have sold all your production. And in the past, this was also when the market ended. But all that changed logically when renewables came into place, because as you can see, it takes place before the power gets delivered. So for renewables, you can only sell your best forecast or your best idea of what you're going to produce in this auction. That means there was a need to introduce some new markets a couple of years ago, which was, first of all, the intraday auction, which has a finer granularity, so where you can trade 15-minute products. So that means that you can balance your ramps and up ramps and down ramps of your renewable portfolio better. And then the continuous intraday market. So far we talked about two auctions. The continuous intraday market is what you think about, like has the same design than when you think about like markets like a stock market or the crypto market or whatever. The continuous intraday market has the same design. So it's traded. It's not an auction, but it's like live trading. Everybody puts up bids and offers. They get updated all the time. It's going to be important a bit further out. Then delivery happens, but still, if you have positions left over, there's a market after that. It's a bit of a funky concept, which is the imbalance market, and that is where the power grid balances the grid, so the grid can work at 50 hertz. So this is for technical reasons, because power needs to flow and the grid frequency needs to be 50 hertz. But for this presentation, you can think about it as an additional auction, basically. So why do the short-term power markets exist? I described it briefly before. So basically what happens at the spot auction is that you sell your best known renewable forecast. I mean, you have a wind farm, you know it, you think it's going to produce 10 megawatts, then you sell 10 megawatts. But what happens is time goes by and your forecasts become better and better. And then in the end, you need to have sold your actual production. So you need to trade back and forth to hit your actual production as good as possible. And here on the left-hand side, we see like the day-ahead forecasts that the producers of renewable energy would sell. And on the right-hand side, you can see it with the dotted lines being the actual production. So on the short-term power markets, the difference between the forecasted renewable production at 12 o'clock on the day before and the actual renewable production needs to get traded, because otherwise there's too much or too little power being produced. Who's on the other side of these trades? On the other side of these trades are conventional power plants who then turn off their power plants, or if there is too much renewable power, or turn them on if there's too little renewable power. So this is the whole idea behind the intraday market. And if you think about this a little bit, then it becomes quite clear that if there is more renewable production than was expected on day ahead, the prices go up. If there is less renewable production, the prices go. If there's more renewable production, the prices go down because there's more supply. If there's less, the prices go up because there's demand to buy back the missing power production. So here we can see an example of how this looks ex post for a trading day. You can see in blue the renewable delta from the day ahead auction. So this is the actual renewable production compared to what was sold on the day ahead auction. And in pink, you can see the price movements on the continuous intraday markets, and you can see this almost always fits. So in the first part of the day, we had too much renewable, or we had more renewable production than was expected, so prices go down. Then we had a large solar surplus, I guess, because it's in the middle of the day, so prices go up, and then in the evening they go up even more because, I guess there was very little power in the stack. So, but yeah, so normally ex post, you can always see this pattern: too much renewable production, prices go down; too little, prices go up. So how does this translate into machine learning use cases? In the end, data scientists sound stupid, so they do whatever is easiest first. So the most common use case that you're going to see when you walk into basically any trading house that works with the intraday market is you're going to see auction versus auction use cases. Why is that? Because auction versus auction is very simple. Auction only has one price. It doesn't change, like it happens at a certain point of time. There's one cutoff. It has one price. So we can try to predict before auction takes place if the later auctions are going to trade up or down. So what happens is basically that people develop machine learning models that predict the spread between two auctions. So that might be the day ahead versus the intraday auction. And then you predict, okay, is the intraday auction going to come out higher or lower than the day ahead auction, and take positions based on that. So in trading, it's always a bit tricky which machine learning models you use. I wish I could say, because I know it's the hottest topic, that everybody uses neural networks and whatnot, but actually it's very uncommon to see that happening. So normally you use more traditional techniques like binary classifiers, random forests, XGBoost, so boosting trees, to forecast the direction, because as a trader, basically, I mean, you are interested in how much it's gonna deviate, but you make money when it goes higher or lower. So basically a binary classifier is all you need. So that is what we see used a lot, basically in these cases. So then there's less common use cases, which I'm gonna go to in why they are less common in a second. Which is auction versus intraday. The principle is the same. You take a position, you have your machine learning model running here, and you think about, is the intraday continuous trading going to trade higher or lower than these auctions? You take a position accordingly. But what you need to do is you need to model the intraday continuous market as an auction kind of, so it only has one price, because otherwise it's going to be very tricky. Like there is hundreds and thousands of trades in every product on the continuous market. So you need to do something to make it that the machine learning models work exactly the same way as your models worked in the first use case, which is taking, for example, the volume weighted average price of the intraday continuous market as a point where you calculate the spread between the auction and the volume weighted average price. There is a reason why this is less common than the other one that I was talking about, and that is because you also need to execute a lot of trades on the intraday market, which means that to do this, it is kind of mandatory that you have algo trading. Like we heard from the speakers before, the energy market is kind of old school, so they are also not very fond of algo trading, I would say, or a lot of people are not so fond of it. And I mean, in essence, a regular trader could trade out these positions, but they are very, very bad at hitting the average price, and they hate doing something like this. So humans are very bad at doing at following just the orders from a machine learning model. This use case kind of forces you to have algo trading in place. Yeah. So now, when I think the smart listeners, if they thought about it, were thinking like, what happens if you if you have better forecasts than everybody else, then you can correctly predict the price movements, right? Unfortunately, there is one pitfall here, which has to do something with every kind of trading, is if you are the only one that has better forecasts, the market will not react to it, right? Because the prices only fall and fall and rise if all market participants agree that this is a fair price. So if you are the only one that thinks that has this information, nobody else is going to act on it, and the markets will not move. So this is like one of the first pitfalls where you have to have a little bit of understanding of how markets work in order to get that right. So unfortunately, better forecasts for trading alone don't help you that much. If you manage a renewable portfolio, they help you, of course, but for trading alone, it's not so beneficial. So now let's talk a little bit about more advanced use cases that you will not see in the industry a whole lot, because it's only like companies that are focusing almost solely on that employ these, because it's rather resource intensive and complicated, which is intraday versus intraday trading. So why is this the more advanced one? Me and a mate in my team were talking the other day, and then we came to the conclusion that it's like an onion. So trading intraday versus intraday has a lot of layers, and the more layers you unveil, the more you want to cry. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why this is so complicated to trade intraday versus intraday. So basically, the first thing that you need to consider is there is a lot of data. So human traders look at screens like this all day, and they don't have one screen like this, they have 12 screens like this. So you have huge amounts of data. In contrast to other machine learning projects, all the data is very clean and very nice, which is cool. But the problem is that your signal to noise ratio is very, very, very low. That means even though you have this huge amount of data that you can use for your machine learning models, it's very, very hard to get proper forecasts out of it. And that has also something to do with how trading works. And that is only like the market participants don't behave all the time like the data would indicate. So it's still humans sitting behind the screen, and they don't necessarily have to behave like what is the best way or what is in their best interest. So this makes it so difficult to have a like really good hit rate. So when you talk about other classification problems, you read a lot in literature like 90% hit rate, 95% hit rate, 99% hit rate. this is impossible to achieve in power trading. So we are very, very happy when we get to 60% hit rate with our models, so being right 60% of the time. And that is simply because even though you have this huge amount of data, it's very hard to generate signals out of it because, like I said, the human traders on the market don't necessarily behave like what is the most economical way. The second problem that kind of comes with trading intraday versus intraday, you can see here. So this is a chart where you can see like all the little bubbles are trades that are happening on intraday. This is just a 2-hour window from one product that I picked out, and the lines are like the order book data. And you can see here the market alone has massive amounts of data. So every trade, every change in the order books is like a new data point that you have to process. And like I explained, on the intraday markets, fundamentals play a massively important role. So now it becomes even worse. So every 15 minutes, a new renewable forecast is published. So basically, you have to process this data in real time. Like every change in the market can make the market move. You have to be super fast to process this. And so we have new renewable updates every 15 minutes. And then it becomes even worse because then we have the publication of imbalance data, which looks, then we have, sorry, mixed it up. Then we have big weather model runs, which are like EC or GFS or whatever, which is the big international weather models that also like change the renewable forecasts. And then the worst thing is the publication of imbalance data, which has a huge influence on the power markets. And unfortunately, it's not like I'm not very good at making PowerPoint presentations. So, but these errors are so irregular. So they don't even have a regular publication schedule. They get published every like 5 to 10 minutes, and new information gets published. So it's very, very hard to model this market in a sense where I can say, okay, my machine learning model is gonna run here, for example, or here, or here, or here, because like if there is data that gets published only like 10 seconds after your machine learning model ran, your machine learning model might be wrong already. So this is one of a very, very big challenge. And then the third really, really big challenge is that the power markets have massive amounts of structural breaks. Like if you know about machine learning, you know you need a big amount of data to train your models properly. So normally you use years of data to train your model, but there is so many structural breaks. And if you only look at the data of the last year, I mean, I plotted the spot prices here for the last year. So you can see this looks very static or nice and well. And then all of a sudden, last autumn, the energy crisis started. And we can see prices going more erratic. Then in January, Germany continued with its Nuklearausstieg. So I don't know what it's in English. I'm sorry, I think it's nuclear exit maybe. And also the Kohleausstieg. So the market changes in a fundamental way, which means you always have to ask yourself the question, can I still use the data that I have for training? Is that still relevant for my prediction that I'm doing now? And then, unfortunately, as we all know, the war in Ukraine started this month, which also had huge impact on the power markets, which is another structural break that is very, very hard to deal with. So this is why for commercial optimization on the markets has a lot of challenges when you talk about intraday versus intraday trading, or when you talk about trading on the continuous markets in general. And yeah, this is why not a whole lot of people do it. Yeah, that's basically it. So, time for questions.
Thank you so much, Peter, for the great presentation. We have a very active and knowledgeable audience today and received some relevant questions. And now is the time actually to upvote the questions and maybe additionally ask more questions that are on your mind. Ahmad, what do we have as the most popular question to Peter Baumgartl from Inspired?
Yeah, the first question, which is actually important to me as well. So in summary, how can you improve the accuracy of your predictions? What do you need more? Like more data, better models? What more?
In essence, it's a bit tricky because when you think about other sectors, then you can implement a machine learning model. I mean, it might get outdated, so other models get published that are more accurate. But in the power markets, it's like your performance. Like you take a model live, and then your performance starts to decrease because of all the structural breaks and stuff like this. So you need to put a lot of maintenance into your machine learning models. You always need to check if they are still valid or if they are not valid. And B, what is really, really important is that you understand the mechanics of the power market. So you need to understand, for example, I'll give you an example, like in Germany, you would think load or power demand is always very important, right? But as a matter of fact, in Germany, on the intraday market, it makes no difference what the load does because of the way that the market is structured. So you need to try to remove all the noise that has no influence on the market. You need to understand what moves the markets really, remove all the noise out of your machine learning models or out of your data, actually. So feature selection is like one of the most important things, even with models that use regularization. I never can say this word. Even with models that use that, feature selection is the most important thing. And to do that properly, you really need to know about what moves the power markets.
Thanks a lot, Peter.
Just one maybe addition from my side. Do you consider like external factors, like, I don't know, use social listening? Because we are in time of uncertainty, right? So not only the historical data of IoT or of sensors can help, maybe some scraping or doing social listening on news articles, tweets, I don't know, to improve the performance. Are you considering such data in general?
So in general, you would need to consider this if you would trade on the long-term markets where you trade like further ahead. So we only trade the next 24 hours when news don't have that much of an impact. I mean, the news that considers us the most, if you can call it news, is if a power plant fails, which happens from time to time. But if you would trade on the long-term market, so years ahead, then news about policy are really important, like coal and nuclear Ausstieg. If you trade like months ahead, then it's really, you need to always be like the stuff like turning off Nord Stream 2. You always need to be like really ahead of that and be aware of that, and also maybe intervene in your models manually. Because if there's nothing in the data that indicates that it's going to continue, that indicates like these big changes, then you need to intervene manually, basically.
Right. Moving on to the next question, and this really targets your augmented trading community. Who are typically the customers of your solution, and how difficult is it to convince companies to use an AI solution? Can you share 1 or 2 sentences about that?
Yeah, definitely. So our typical customers are actually companies that own big assets themselves, like wind farms, or own or manage, because sometimes there's also subcontraction, but that own or manage big assets themselves, and they want us to help them like with the commercial optimization. It is a matter of fact that the power trading business is a really cold business where cash is king, basically. So people don't really care about so much what you use to optimize the asset. I mean, we chose the machine learning approach because we see it as the future. But if you can beat benchmarks, so can you beat human traders? So in that sense, you can only convince people with performance, but that also means that you have to put in a lot of work before you can convince a customer, because you have to prove to them that that you can beat their current performance.
Thanks so much, Peter, and for your insights from Inspired. We are already a little bit behind schedule, so if you have any more questions to Peter, please join the networking and try to contact him and his colleagues there. Wishing you a nice day and hope to talk to you soon, Peter. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for having me.
Peter.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, and we move on to the topic of high performance computing, and we welcome with us Harald Grill from EuroCC Austria, Europe-wide or part of a Europe-wide network that is trying to bring high performance computing to the research and business community across Europe. And let me check if we have a connection to Harald. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, yeah, nice and clearly.
Wonderful. Once again, we talk about use cases of AI in the energy sector today. Now we're going to hear from Harald Grill of EuroCC Austria, who will have the floor for a couple of minutes. Use the opportunity to send us questions using Slido or the LinkedIn chat, and we will ask them in the Q&A session following Harald's presentation. I already got your slides here, and we'll hand over the floor to you. Talk to you in a bit.
Thank you, Matthias. Thanks for having me today. And I already apologize due to the time constraints that we already have, and we are behind schedule, that I do now a little shorter presentation, like a really basic 101 course on HPC, EuroCC, and the energy sector, with certain simplifications, but we have an afternoon session also from EuroCC, and there the whole topic will be elaborated more clearly or more into deep. So why am I now at an applied artificial intelligence conference talking about high performance computing? Why? And it's because it's a continuum. It's a continuum between AI, big data, and high performance computing. And high performance computing is an enabler for certain AI use cases when it gets to compute intensive things. And that's why I got invited here to present HPC and EuroCC. So what actually is high performance computing? High performance computing is compared to your conventional office laptop, let's call it that way, it's simply larger. So a modern PC, or let's say the office laptop, has one CPU or 4 CPUs, 8 CPUs, and advanced PCs, 16 CPUs and one GPU, so a graphic card. And an HPC cluster actually has several hundreds of thousands of CPUs and or GPUs, depending on which cluster we're talking about. So what is actually an HPC cluster? It has the same component as your computer. It has processors, it has RAM, it has a storage, and the main difference is that this is all connected. All the processors are connected to each other with a really fast network. So the topics of bandwidth and latency are, let's say, solved in another way, and that's basically the big, let's say, difference to your personal computer. And on the hardware side, I know software side, or how this cluster works, is different to your PC or your laptop. Is it doesn't work on a serial way. On your normal PC, one program at a time computes, and then the other program computes, and so on and so forth. If you have 4 CPUs in your computer, one is on the Windows, one has the Office, and so on and so forth. Each application has its own CPU. When we're talking about high performance computing, we're talking about distributed memory parallelization. So everything runs in parallel, and because they are in parallel, they also have to communicate to each other. And that's the big difference. For instance, or to make it more understandable and tangible, if you are a company and you want to achieve money, for instance, you have a marketing department and you have the guys from production, for instance, and they are 2 departments. So let's call them, or let's make it, they are each 1 CPU, but they have to talk to each other. So the marketing guys and the production guys need to phone each other, and this phoning is the communication between each other. And this is key, what makes high performance computing. Yeah. make it more understandable or easy to understand what's the difference between your normal laptop and an HPC cluster. I'm gonna skip this due to time constraints. What is actually now EuroCC? EuroCC is a network of 33 national competence centers, and we do take care about certain fields. Mainly, we come from the topic of high-performance computing, but we also care about high-performance data analysis. Let's call it big data, yeah, and artificial intelligence. But to be honest, we care about high-performance AI. So when it gets computing intensive, because we have to take also care of about our resources. And if you have a question concerning HPC and you're within those 33 countries, just Google EuroCC and the respective country, and you will find your contact details, who you can approach. Where is it? So what's the aim or the goal of EuroCC? We are a single point of contact for HPC, and we provide broad services of portfolio to actually have an uptake of the high performance computing usage in all the communities like industry, academia, and public administration. So we have certain services that is especially for industries, and we do, for instance, small proof of concepts and so on and so forth. So you will see afterwards what I mean with that. And this is now the important message. We are fully funded, so we are free of charge. Yeah. And what has this now all to do with the energy sector, actually? And the audience here is very knowledgeable in the energy sector and in some parts of AI, and I wanted to sum it all up, and you have heard already certain facets of this whole energy sector and the AI topics, but I want to, let's say, give it another facet. And today we are now in an area where the energy sector gets digitalized, and that's on the left hand side. We have a certain intelligence now, mainly on the central layer, like the national electricity transmission networks, the electricity control areas, like APG here in Austria. But with the increase of digitalization, the edge also gets more sensors, and more data comes from the edge and can be processed in real time with basic analytics also in the edge. So the intelligence gets now and also in the future, not only from the central, but it gets pushed down also to the edge with certain let's say certain things like federated learning or compute to data or data to compute. That's the question, and so on and so forth. So I just want to buzzword here some of the topics, and we from the EuroCC help you with these with the question depend on high performance computing, and this can be on the layer of at the edge or at the central layer. So there's no difference for us. We just care about the uptake of high performance computing, and we do have some use cases. You will see them in the afternoon. And what we are also talking about within EuroCC is data spaces. Like you may have heard of GaiaX or the International Data Space Associations and so on and so forth. So data is, some call it the new oil, which is absurd, because if you use oil once, it's gone. If you burn it, data can be reused. And with those with data spaces that include different competencies like data scientists, high performance computing guys, and so on and so forth, and also stakeholders from beyond the energy sector, like large scale consumers. Like in Austria here, we have mountains like the cable cars in the tourism sectors, or the e-mobility fleets in a small energy community, and so on and so forth. These topics will come. Yeah, these data spaces. And this is a topic that will be also for high performance computing relevant, and also for the AI community.
And that's already the perfect teaser for your upcoming workshop in the afternoon. We received a couple of questions from viewers on LinkedIn and on B2Match that I think will be best and in most detail addressed in the EuroCC High Performance Computing Workshop starting at 3 p.m. Central European Time here on Applied AI Conference on Energy. Harald, can you tell us just a little bit about what are the main key takeaways of your upcoming workshop in the afternoon? Here's some info, by the way, displayed.
We'll have two use cases, one in the area of time series analysis, and an SME that approaches high performance computing, and another SME or institution that is already very experienced in high performance computing. One use case in the prediction of power plant maintenance, and the other one in the time series analysis and how to, let's say, make storage on parallel or parallel storage the data, because there's a vast, or the amount of data that is sent via data streams is now so large that you no longer can store it in a sequential way.
So if you are wondering about what the possibilities for using the network, the resources of EuroCC are, please join the workshop in the afternoon. To register to the workshop, which is, by the way, for free, please visit our website, AAIC-energy-2022.b2match.io. We will post the link again for your convenience on LinkedIn. And if you're watching on B2Match, you're already on the site anyway. So just head over to the agenda and add it to your personal agenda. The link will take you right to the workshop starting at 3 p.m. Harald, thank you so much for joining AAIC in Energy, and we'll see each other later for the workshop.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, we move on and are very happy to welcome the CTO of Visplore, CTO and founder of Visplore, Thomas Mühlbacher, on stage. He will give a keynote on explainable AI in power generation and distribution. So we cover the whole area of topics on AI and energy today. You won't find any more comprehensive information on that complex anywhere else. Thomas, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. I can hear you.
Wonderful. And once again, we are coming to you live. This is all about connecting domain knowledge from the field of energy and AI. We want you to engage in an exchange, and we hope that we contribute to useful and return of investment positive use cases of AI in the energy sector today. Use the opportunity to also ask questions to Thomas. We will give him the floor for a couple of minutes and answer these questions in the Q&A session later on. Thomas, the floor is yours. Here are your slides, and talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this keynote about explainable AI in power generation and distribution. Thank you all for joining. So in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to give you an overview of explainable AI with many examples and talk about some of our lessons learned. In the afternoon, there will also be a workshop on the topic with live demonstrations of real use cases. Yeah, but first, who am I? I'm Thomas Mühlbacher, co-founder and CTO of Visplore. We are a VC-backed spin-off from the research center VRBIS in Vienna, and we're experts for visual analytics software in power generation and distribution. My personal background is in human-centered analytics, where we've done many years of applied research with industry companies like Austrian Powergrid, for example. And I also did my PhD thesis in the field in human-oriented statistical modeling, so Explainable AI has accompanied me for some years. All right, without further ado, let's dig into the topic. What is Explainable AI? Well, it's AI in which the results of an algorithm can be understood by humans. For example, with Explainable AI, humans can understand why an AI takes a certain decision. Maybe even how does the model look like? What assumptions does the model make? And when does it perform well or perform badly? As a very simple example, look at this decision tree here on the right for predicting if a person belongs to a certain category. The decision rules of this model make very clear why the model takes a certain decision. And you can even visualize how the model looks and how certain a decision is. So it's about transparency, interpretability, explainability. These are just some of the benefits of using such models instead of deep neural networks, for example. Now, consider a more realistic example from the energy sector. Here, we have a prediction of the natural gas consumption in a city, in orange, and the measured gas consumption in black. If you only have the prediction like this, it's a black box. But with Explainable AI, you can understand how this model works. The prediction model here is actually a 4-dimensional regression model with 4 inputs. But how can we make this transparent? How can we visualize a 4-dimensional model? Here is one way. You see the 4 input variables from the left to the right: temperature, wind speed, day of week, and time of day expressed as the hour. These are the inputs of this model. And on the y-axis here, you see the gas consumption. This is the target variable that this model predicts. The visualization now tells you what the model predicts when you have certain values for the inputs. Currently, we are looking at the situation of 0 degrees temperature, wind speed of 3 meters per second on a Monday at 2 a.m. in the morning. And for this particular situation, the predicted gas consumption is 86,000 units approximately. The graphs here show you what would happen if one parameter was different. For example, if just the temperature was a bit warmer, the gas consumption would be lower. This is what you see here. And the steep slope of this graph here also tells you that a slight change of the temperature makes much more difference than, for example, a slight change of the wind speed or a day of the week. So temperature is more relevant for gas consumption than wind. And this kind of information is important for building trust in the models, because the domain experts can tell if this matches their expectations. And with such a tool, you can also do a what-if analysis. For example, if I change the temperature from 0 to around 10 degrees, how does it depend on the other factors then? For example, the daily profile here on the right is less pronounced in this case. Or what if the time of day was different? And so on. Also, you can validate the model together with actual data records. So every point here is an observed data record, to see if a parameter combination is actually realistic. For example, strong wind speeds like this one were not so common. You don't see so many points anymore. And this tells you that the confidence of the prediction is not so high in this case. And again, this is important information for building trust. And we just heard in a previous talk by Peter Baumgartl how important feature selection is, and that understanding the input of features or the impact of features is typically not straightforward. And this just helps in this case. All right, so that was an example of Explainable AI. Now, if you take a look at a typical AI project, this interpretation of predictions is actually quite late in the life cycle, mainly after deploying the solution. But human input is not only relevant then, but actually throughout the entire life cycle of an AI project. In the beginning, for example, only humans can formulate the business problem and assess if the available data is suitable to achieve the project goals. Data understanding and preparation are very time-consuming parts of the project, and only humans can assess which parts of the data can actually be used. Maybe some parts of the data are not relevant anymore, and an AI wouldn't know this. During modeling, only humans know the application context of the modeling and can make the right trade-offs between maximum accuracy or a simpler model that can be interpreted. And during evaluations, humans need to assess if the solution is already good enough. For all of these things, humans need to be in the loop and are actually key for success of the project. Let me illustrate this with some real-world examples. The first one is about involving humans in the data preparation and modeling phase of an explainable AI project. And it is from Verbund, Austria's largest hydropower provider. It is about condition-based monitoring for a turbine. The turbine is an important asset, and monitoring its health is critical. There is a sensor for the oil temperature in this turbine, and the plant experts wanted to define a dynamic tolerance corridor to generate early warnings when this oil temperature doesn't behave normally. So we have to model this normal expected oil temperature. And here we see 4 years of this oil temperature measurements. The challenge is direct modeling is not possible here because large part of this data actually don't refer to normal operation. For example, there was a maintenance period here. There were shutdowns and ramp-ups of the turbine. This is also not the normal state that we want to model. And also, after the maintenance, the normal operation was different, meaning the blue part is not relevant anymore. And all this knowledge is only known to the domain experts. With this knowledge, they were able to select only the green parts for training the model. Now, when you select only the green points, we can start modeling it. The water temperature is a good input variable here, and together with other variables, it was possible to train an explainable model, like we saw in the beginning. So here, for example, you see again how changes impact this model. In the afternoon session, I will actually perform the data selection and the modeling live in a demo, but the message here is, this is a nice example that the explainable model is just a part of the whole story. Without domain experts carefully selecting the relevant data, modeling would not have been possible here. All right, moving on to a second real-world example. This one involves humans in the evaluation phase of models. And it's about forecast validation and diagnostics. One big challenge for asset managers is the exploding number of prediction models they have to maintain. With decentralization, renewables, metering of customers, and just the possibilities of AI, the number of models is growing and growing. And the challenge is to validate all these models regularly. Sometimes models need to be recalibrated, for example, if the consumer landscape has changed, or other structural breaks, as we've heard before. But from hundreds or even thousands of models, how can you quickly find out where action is needed and what action is needed to improve these models? And this use case is just about that. The approach was like this. Here you see a list of the models. The prediction error of the top ranking one has gone up by 29% recently. So what was going on here? Inspecting this reveals a drift of the prediction starting in October. You see how the predictions and measured values drift apart here. And for diagnosing the errors, an algorithm can search for relevant variables to explain the errors. Here, large errors have happened during large temperatures or high temperatures, indicated in red here. More details on that I will show in the afternoon session, but the key message here is this. Even though the models may be black box, which is the case here, it is possible to make transparent why errors occur. And this is key information for improving the models. All right, and a final example refers to data understanding and preparation driven by humans. And it is from Energie Baden-Württemberg. It is about optimizing the ramp-up procedures of a coal power plant. Ramp up means that the power production is increased or ramped up to a higher level by the operators of the plant. And why is this done? Well, with the increasing share of renewables and more dynamic grids in general, it's often necessary to redispatch power production. For example, by ramping up a coal plant. And here you see some ramp-up events. You see, by burning some coal and gas, the production is ramped up to the higher level. Ideally, this is done by not using more fuel than necessary, especially gas. The problem is, such power plants are highly complex and have a lot of interdependencies. Some constraints are imposed by authorities, and so on. So optimizing this needs a lot of care and manual work by the domain experts, like labeling the ramp-ups, inspecting them, comparing KPIs. So in this use case, the human is not just in the loop, but actually in the driver's seat. But good news, even for such cases, we can use explainable algorithms to assist the human task. I will show this in detail in the afternoon, but here is a teaser. The user selects one ramp-up example, and then similar patterns are searched automatically, like these 5 ramp-ups here. Now the question is, what is similar enough? And this interface here supports the user in selecting the right threshold. So the algorithm assists and guides the segmentation of this data. And then the user can overlay all of these ramp-ups, compute KPIs, and so on. I will show more analysis of this in the workshop. For now, let's shortcut to the results. For the first time here, the domain experts can do such kind of analysis, and they have generated ideas for optimization within a few hours. For example, here, some ramp-ups were identified that consumed a lot of gas, but resulted only in a smaller power increase, the orange ones here. In other words, these orange ramp-ups were less efficient than the blue ones, and the experts can follow up on this. Also, the segmentation approach here gives them massive time savings for the quarterly reports of the ramp-up efficiency, which were manual so far. All right, again, more information about these use cases and live demos will be the focus of the afternoon workshop at 3 p.m. If you're interested, please join. The link is in B2Match. Finally, here, I want to give a few words about Visplore. So this is our software. It's a plug-and-play software for self-service analytics. You can do data exploration and preparation in much less time. And it is really tailored to questions of the energy sector, power generation, distribution. And it integrates directly with databases, Python, and many other sources. It's in use by leading companies worldwide. Here are just a few examples. And if you'd like to try this out or see a live demo, just contact us. Finally, I want to draw a few conclusions, and I'm almost done. First, we have seen that explainable AI is not an island, but actually a process. Domain experts don't just interpret the results in the end, but they play a key role from the beginning of such a project until the end. The benefit of having humans in the loop can be a solution that is more trusted and backed by the domain experts who have to use it. And finally, some problems might not be ready for AI even today because they require so much experience and domain background. In this case, you have human-driven workflows. But we have seen that bringing algorithms into the loop can make such workflows much more efficient to guide the users and to free them of the most time-consuming parts. And with this, I would like to invite you once more to our afternoon workshop. For now, thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Thomas, thanks a lot for also providing a keynote today, and not just the workshop in the afternoon. We actually received a couple of questions, but let's filter out those which are a better match to the keynote and not to the afternoon session. So that the first one is the question on your business model. It's asking if you charge per seat or if there is any other metric like consumption based.
Yeah, excellent question. Actually, so we have subscription-based licenses that can be licensed per concurrent seat. Yes, that's possible. It's also possible to have personal licenses that are bound to a natural person. And yes, these licenses are available for our products.
Perfect. Then for the second question, perhaps you would like to take over, Ahmad.
Yes, sure. So from your point of view, what are the two main challenges of rolling out prediction models like this across the energy sector? So what are the two main challenges for rolling out prediction models in energy sector, basically?
Yeah, I think on one hand, if you mean prediction models like this, you mean explainables especially.
Yeah.
I would say that in general, it's a bit mixed how people are reluctant or embracing the user involvement in the first place. So we've seen that often there's a desire to have fully automatic models employed and deployed and so on. But we've also seen an increasing interest in having these explainable models because of the benefits that I mentioned. And so it kind of depends if the company or a digitization strategy wants to have human involvement in this process, especially if you have a lot of such prediction targets, as I've mentioned before. Other challenges typically are, of course, also let's say data quality topics, for example. So you need a really good databases to consolidate it and everything to do the automation. That's not specific to the energy sector, but in general, one issue. And another thing, I mean, yes, this fits nicely to the things that were said before. The changes of the market and of the situations, like structural breaks that were mentioned before, staying up to date with the models is also really a challenge. Yeah, that whenever the situation changes, you have to update things to keep on top of things. These things, I think, would be some challenges here.
Thank you very much. So a question from my side, if I allow. So we usually hear or see in some reports explainability versus performance. What is your view on that?
Explainability versus performance?
Yeah, so the more complex models, the less explainability you have. So which means probably the less performance or the less accuracy. And I would like from you, because you actually have Explainable AI product, I would like to hear from you, what is your view on that?
That's a great question. So actually, this is a big trade-off, basically, and it depends on the application that you're working on here, on the application context, let's say. I would say whenever humans are involved here, and also with the decision-making or the use of the models in the end, it may be worth to have the models more on the explainable side, because it just helps the people who are working with it, to build trust and so on, to stand the ground for decisions that were made by the model in the end. Especially if the problem that the model is addressing is based on a lot of experience and domain knowledge and these things, and it's not completely well defined. So some human has to do judgments in addition to this. If, however, you have a problem that is extremely well defined, that is almost laboratory conditions, and only the accuracy matters, then of course, why not aim for maximum accuracy and use the model that just gives you the highest accuracy? So it really depends on how what are the requirements that you have, and these may be different from project to project. And supporting users in making these trade-offs is actually also a very important and interesting aspect where tool support can help, actually.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. And yeah, as mentioned before, if you want to interact closer with Thomas, just head over to P2Match and apply for the workshop. I just checked, and there are already more than 40 people have registered for the workshop. So let's see if we can get into the triple-digit numbers. So thanks a lot, and yeah, see you soon, Thomas.
Thank you. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, leaving Austria and going in the direction of Israel, we have one of the hottest startups in the area of distributed energy management with us. So Nir Nitzani, VP for hardware, will talk about planning and optimizing energy assets behind the meter. So let's hope everything works as planned. Hello, Nir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. First of all, I just want to say thank you, guys. I've been in the business of energy and for quite some time, and the lecture today was really, really great. So thank you for organizing it. I don't know if I have the chance to say it later. I want to talk today about the Fsight and how we work in the distributed energy market, and specifically, it's a huge domain. So we selected one use case to talk about today. Just a little bit about the Fsight. Before that, the Fsight was founded on 2015 by leaders in the energy and the telecom domain and the cybersecurity and everything. Basically, it's a mix of a lot of experiences coming together into a single company. We have offices today in Israel, its office and the R&D centers in Israel, in Ukraine, in Austria, in California, and we are keep increasing in size and locations. Tons of projects around the world, from Australia to California, below the ground to the mountains. Any kind of optimization of renewable and standard energy assets. So let me get to the most interesting part. I think it's the products that we have and the solution that we try to solve. Actually, Fsight has two kind of family product. The first one, each one of them try to target a different problem in the domain. The first one is Fsight Predict, which try to work on the problem of how to make the energy domain more predictable. This is one. The second one is how we take assets that are exist or will exist in the future and to optimize the network internally or externally, behind the meter or to support the grid. But they are very interconnected between them. So in order to explain about the optimize, I need to tell you a little bit about Predict, and then we can continue. So the Predict platform that we have actually has a capacity and the ability to forecast from single meter to enormous number of meters. Now we have the ability to do that not only as a group of meters, but also bottom up. So we actually have the capability to forecast each one of the meters individually and combine it to one aggregated forecast, what makes it much more accurate. This is actually the base to the prediction. We have the ability to do that for consumers. It doesn't matter if it's residential or is it CNI. So we have it for consumers, for generation, any type of generation, and a mix of them. So think of it as 1 meter that you have behind the same meter. You have PV and let's say a factory. So in order to predict it correctly, you need to actually, without knowing that there is, without prior knowledge that there are two kind of pattern there, you need to divide them into PV and to consumption, forecast each of them individually, and then to combine the patterns together in order to forecast it better. And this is what we do on a constant basis. Most of our income today comes from private power producers and electricity providers that need this prediction in order to actually generate enough power not to get fined on one hand and not to waste energy on the other hand. So we provide the forecasting capability and insights on top of it in order to maximize your profits and to reduce costs as much as possible. But the main thing around this product is that it has the ability to forecast in a very, very accurate way the consumption and the generation of the elements that you have in your network. And this allows us to go to the next level and to introduce the optimize, which solve a bit different problem. So let me guide you through to the point that we see what is the problem. We heard today that the price of electricity goes to the skies. We see that there is huge demand for electricity. Specifically, by the way, in Israel, the EV almost triple the amount of energy that a household consumes. That's totally game changer. But on the other hand, we see of energy assets. We see it on solar, we see it on batteries, EV, actually everything. And it comes to the point that there are some use cases, even today, without any subsidy, that still makes sense to install, let's say, large battery or large storage, any kind of storage, and to work with it in order to optimize and reduce your monthly electricity bills or any kind of charges that you have. So in order to stay in the business and in order to stay profitable, large CNIs, and this is the use case that we are talking about today, large CNIs have to provide a better understand. They need to have a better understanding of the energy that they have today, the energy demand and production. On the other hand, they need to work with that, and they don't know how to do it. What we deliver is a platform that allows them to do two things, there are two challenges behind the scene. The first one is, what should they install? Should they install more generators, maybe more PV, maybe a larger battery, maybe UPS, CHP? What do they need to install in order to optimize their use case? That's one. The second thing is, how do you manage it in real time? Because it's not one thing that you set up at day one and it will continue to work the same during the years. The energy assets changes all the time. The prices of the fuel are changing. The capacity of the battery changing. And everything is changing. Even the temperature is changing over time, and it caused dramatic change in the house consumption and the efficiency of the systems. So this is why we provide two kind of solution for those markets, and is the planning and the optimization. And we can break it down into four values. The first one is the planning. And especially what we are looking on is how we help EPCs to approach CNIs and provide them a better planning of what are the energy assets they need to install and what is the capacity of them. And it starts with what is the use case. So the use case could be avoid demand charges. The use case could be there is a limit on the power line that you never need to cross. The use case could be even I just want to be green and I just want to stabilize the network when it needs. So once you start with the use case, you can really tell what are the goals. Because just to do general optimization or like a tumble estimation is not good enough. Now we take the use case and we take the historical data that you already have. If you have it, if you don't, we can simulate it because we know so many factories and so many consumers today that we can actually match a good profile to your needs. And then we take everything together and we design what are the possible solutions for your problem. So you can either select this approach or that approach, maybe a different PV, maybe a different battery. It depends on the cost of the ROI and what are your targets. But basically, we provide you the way to select the right elements at the right sizing. That's one. But once you install it, you need to monitor everything and to use it as a single system, not many systems and many control systems. If you look on that example, let's say that you have a CNI that has a generator, PV, battery, and consumers inside of the CNI. So usually they have like a monitoring system for the generator just to see the fuel level and alerts. The PV system is totally different. It's usually cloud-based that is totally not communicating with the generator. The battery is usually, if you bought it together, so maybe you have a combined system, but usually you don't, especially in retrofit installation. And the consumption that you have is usually a totally different system. So you have a very complex system, and when you're trying to understand why something is not working as you expect it to work, you have no way of doing that. And this is actually one of the things that we provide CNIs. We provide them a single unit that you can see how the energy flows from one element to another and what is the reason for that. On top of that, we can actually generate alerts and reports that makes much more sense because you can see why things happen as they happen, and not just to see, okay, the generator produced that amount of energy, the PV produced that amount of energy, and I consumed that amount of energy from the grid. You can really see what is the logic of all the behavior. Now, on top of that, we have another layer, which is the optimization. Now, the optimization is the most complex one, and it required the controlling all those elements together in order to achieve the use case that you want to achieve as a CNI owner. Let's take, for example, a scenario of avoiding demand charges. So you have the ability to use the PV to avoid this demand charge. But what happens if we have a forecast that tomorrow will be a very cloudy day? Okay, so let's use the generator instead. But if we know that there is going to be wind, so we'll use the wind turbine instead and put the generator only on standby in case that you have a degradation in the amount of wind that we anticipate. So how do we do it? We use battery. So everything is combined together. Now, because we have such a great capability of predicting how the consumers and the producer will act, and we have the capability of forecasting the energy market, the prices, we have the ability to build a vector for the next 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever we decide, with all the opportunities along the way. And then we set up the hardware in a way that will optimize into this use case that we just described in the vector. So this allows us to plan ahead and to take the opportunities in the near future based on the forecast that we have. So we don't only apply real-time logic, take the excess energy from the PV and store it in the battery for later use, because every battery cycle costs money. It has its own efficiency. You age the battery. What if you don't need to store it into the battery? Maybe you need to use it for EV charging or to put it into the grid, because it still makes more sense to put it there other than use it in the battery, and the cycle cost and the degradation will be more expensive in the long term than just selling it to the grid. So all those decisions are taken care in our optimized layer. And on top of that, we have the ability to help you trade the energy. So basically buying and selling energy from your system to the external world and back to your system. It really depends. There are several markets of doing it: primary market, secondary market, arbitrage. It doesn't really matter, because we modelize the system in a way, in this time series, and we know what are the opportunities. You can select which opportunity you will participate and in which you will avoid. So is it really possible, and is it profitable? I think that the lecture before was amazing, and definitely yes, it is possible. The cost of energy in optimized system is dramatically lower than a system that is naive, as he mentioned. I don't think that we can describe it even better. Basically, it means that it doesn't really matter which use case you're taking. Optimization play a huge role in it, and if you don't have the optimization, you will end up with something that it doesn't make any financial sense or energy optimization sense. I think that if we look at the product that we have, we can separate it, as I said before, into two sections. Optimized Planner is mostly about what is the energy asset mix that you need and what is the size of it. We'll not get into the demo now, but it gives the mostly EPCs and smart entrepreneurs in the domains to approach CNIs and other large consumers with an offering. Okay, this is your historical data that you have on your system. This is what we know about you. This is what are the prices of the batteries that we have. Just drag and drop the data that you have in the system. We identify the format automatically, and if not, we can generate it very easily, the new formats. We provide you the business case of why it makes sense and what are the permutations, what are the solutions that makes sense, and you need to select between all those what is the best for you. For example, there are some customers that require the best ROI for the project. Some customers prefer, if they look ahead for 10 years or 15 years, to have the maximum profit, which is totally different than the best ROI. So this platform allowed them to get the best mix of energy assets to achieve their use case. This is one. After we do the installation of the hardware and do complete the integration, and we have integration with most common hardware in the market, batteries, generator, whatever, we take all the elements, including all the data that the CNI can provide us, even factory shifts, and then we can understand the pattern of the consumption and the generation. And from that, we deliver this vector, this plan ahead for the future, and send the commands to the hardware in real time. There are some cases that we do everything from cloud to cloud. There are several use cases that we install the hardware on site, and then we send the commands to this hardware, and this hardware populates the commands to the system locally. This hardware usually also collect the telemetry and send it back to us to feed the engine again and again. So it's not a plan that we plan, let's say, 24 hours in advance, and then we leave it. Every time slot, every window that we set, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 hour, we keep updating the forecast for the next 24 hours or 48 hours, send it again, and then we have the plan ready for even if we have a communication blackout, it will still work as planned. I don't know if you see the screen, but oh, there it is. So basically, we have it's a life cycle of the complete system. It starts with the optimized planner. We get all the information, the EPCs or the entrepreneur doing the most of the work, collecting the data, put it into our setup. If he's missed some of the data, we will simulate the data for him, and then we generate the plan. And then it goes to the second part, the real-time aspect of the system, where we actually manage it and feed back the data into our system, and we optimize it over and over and over during the day and during the time that we have. We are working in a monthly subscription base. It's usually the easiest for the planner and for the real time. So planner is mostly, as I said, for EPC and the entrepreneurs that are domain. So this is one, and the second product is the real time, and of course it's there is some kind of customization fee if needed, but if not, it's just a monthly base. Of course, we have it's a very unique one, a very unique system. We have patents all the way from how to detect the PV, how to forecast it, not only PV, but in energy assets in general, how you manage the distributed the energy system, and how everything works together. It's not covered in here, but we also have future abilities. We are working on feature abilities that allow you to cooperate between several sites and things like that. But we'll talk about it, I think, on a different session because it's a totally different use case. Questions?
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for showing us what your company has achieved since its founding. It's actually quite interesting, and you will see this in the questions now. I think many people saw your company for the first time, and it's quite obvious from the questions that they were checking what is written on your homepage. So both of the questions refer to that. So the first one is, how is your experience with the model energy community you mentioned on your website?
That's the thing that I started to mention about the future capabilities that we are working on. Communities did not raise in the pace that we anticipated it will raise. This is why it's not one of our, let's say, the product that we push into the market strongly. It is something that we work on, and we have some experience with that. There is one community that are currently working, and one that is on the back end. Somewhere in the back, but we didn't see much point of putting it right now into the market, but we do have some experience with that. If you want, you can just drop me an email. I'll put my email in here. Drop me an email, and I'll be happy to share more information and maybe something that is more interesting into your use case.
Okay. This also goes for any type of information you have to share with the audience. Just send us the link, and we will include it in the mailing which goes out once the event has concluded.
Sure.
So last but not least, in which sectors do you see the highest demand, and how has it shifted due to the current crisis? I think this is a reference to the quite high number of, let's say, corporate clients you list on your homepage.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so I think that at some point we try to reach CNIs and residentials and everything, but at some point, few months ago, something happened, and CNI started to contact us for the first time, and it wasn't just one of them, and it seems to be a starting of a trend that CNIs have the capital to invest in the batteries, the large batteries, and they are not afraid from such a huge projects, and they are planning ahead. If you have a factory that you have a forecast for the next 10, 15 years, it's fine to do a project like that in that scale, that you can invest $2-3 million in order to achieve your goals. So this is one of the highest, and I don't know, it's exploding right now as I see it. The CNI is definitely, and the battery behind the meter is booming. How is it achieved? I think that it's very hard for me to answer the second question because I'm not really aware. I don't know how it will affect. The effect will be happening I think in a month, 2 months from now. I don't think that we see it right now. What we see right now is a complete chaos in forecasting of energy in Europe. This is what we see right now, especially when we have a very high presence in Ukraine, which is totally madness right now. But I think that we, in a month or two, will be able to tell more about how it really changes.
Okay, great. So yeah, thanks a lot for that. To the people that further had questions, and with regard to time management, you can always contact Nir on the B2Match platform where he's registered, or most likely on LinkedIn or via the contact data you provided in the presentation.
And maybe we have to clarify this. The company name is Fsight, so F-Site, because there was a question coming in whether it's slido.com. Maybe that's a hiccup, yeah. So Nir Nitzani from Fsight, please get in touch directly, and thank you so much for taking the time and being a part of our conference today.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So,
well, Clemens, I think it has been mentioned a couple of times today. So maybe you are wondering where we are right now. Actually, this is not a virtual background. We are coming to you live from the highest building in Vienna, so to say. We are coming to you from the offices of PWC, and today is really a perfect day for energy production, both wind and solar. So what better day to make a conference on applied AI in the energy sector? Just to give you a short overview of where we are right now. Spring has arrived in Vienna, and we come to our next agenda point, Clemens.
Yeah, this is actually, this is now a very special agenda point because as some of you might have noticed, our design has got a huge boost. And in order to give you an insight how this came to be, we welcome Andreas Keck on the stage with us. He's the founder and CEO of Beamer Studio, and he will tell you how he fixed something which was considered unfixable before, aka the branding and design we came up with. the 4 left-hand company. So, Andreas, see you later in the Q&A session.
All right. Hey, you can hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Perfect. Hey, I'm Andreas. I'm a loud introvert and a big fan of communication. The second thing is actually the reason why I'm talking to you right now today. As you know, it's not always easy to communicate information, especially in a way that the person receiving the information deciphers what you want to communicate to him or her. That's why design can be a great tool to achieve that, to structure and group information in a way that guides the eyes and make it easy to digest. And that was our goal with the AAIC format and brand as well. Slides and content that is easy to grasp and easy to identify as an AAIC format. Looking at the status quo a couple months back, like here are some examples. That's a presentation slide or banners. That was not the case. Multiple variations of logos and elements, no hierarchy of information or easy scannable content. We wanted to change that, and the Applied AI conference features a variety of topics. Yet for the audience of these events, it was not always clear that these conferences were part of the AAIC brand, or how to differentiate even those events. Questions surfaced like, is the Agritech, the AAIC's year's event, or what conference is actually the year event, and so on and so forth. That's why we needed to find the balance between distinction and simplicity. To do so, we focused mainly on two things. We needed to differentiate the logo from the topics with a modern, simple, and distinctive look, something that identifies and is easy to use across all communication channels. And we also needed to structure the topics in a more straightforward fashion. As the essence of the AAIC is their conferences, we started with structuring its topics. There are around 14 topics. We grouped them and structured them into 5 categories, actually. Those are deep tech, infrastructure, creativity, and sustainability and economics. To make the conferences in these categories easier to identify and differentiable, we added visual cues in form of icons. Easily recognizable ones, as you can see, they are not complex. And additionally, we added color. Here, so you can see it a little better. Blue for deep tech, standing for secure and order. Infrastructure, red, symbolizing attention and urgency. Yellow for creativity, positivity, and communication. Green, the color of growth and balance for sustainability. And purple for economics, symbolizing financial abundance. As for the logo, we started with the font. We wanted a modern, simple, clean, yet innovative look. Something that is easy to read, even on a small screen. We found a perfect fit, actually. Something clear and effective, with low resolution aesthetics and great accessibility, a Google font. The font is called Sora, originally commissioned for a Japanese fintech company with the same name, actually. Blockchain specialists who created the world's first CBDC, the first central bank digital currency. So in short, a great font for our texts, and even with a background story, and the basis for the new logo. To make it easier to identify, we subtracted some actually parts of the A's and a little bit of the C, to be precise, and replaced it with round elements to give the brand a more approachable look. And here is how it translates into our themed conference look. With this vertically stacked look, we have these square forms that are easy to combine and also to comprehend when next to each other, if there are like 2 or 3 conferences next to each other. It also works great with the yearly conference logo. We kept the stacked look, 2 vertical text lines over each other, and as it stands for its own, we differentiated it from the other themed topics, subtracting the circle. Here is a quick overview and summary what we have covered so far. Basically the overhaul of the whole corporate identity. But let's get back to the problem we wanted to solve. Content that is easy to comprehend and scan, and that we can identify as an applied AI conference format. Here is how the slides looked before, and here is where we stand now. It has clear structure, and you get guided by visual cues. From the person, the visual, to the main content, to the logo, identifying where the information belongs to, basically. And finally, to number 4, to more detailed information, if it is relevant to the reader. What we also did to make it easier to read is to blur out the background, as the textures would just distract our eyes from reading. The same for other media. The same applies actually for other media as well. We have some other examples. Here is another one, another banner. Here is before, and here is how it looks now. That was actually quite brief, but before I finish up, I actually want to leave you with something that you can easily apply yourself. Here are 5 tips for a better presentation, some tips you can use for your own content, for your presentations and pitch decks, and how you can make them more accessible for your audience. There is number 1, hierarchy. As you can see here, make sure that the most important message comes first. Proportions signal what's most important and what's not. Number 2 is focus. Always ask yourself what your main focus for your audience should be. What do you want them to get out of it? And what should be the main focus of your content? And then place everything around that. Center that. And number 3, I highly recommend skipping a weight. What do I mean by that is if you only make slight changes in your weight of your font, like from regular to bold, it makes it hard for your audience to notice any difference. The key to great functional design is always contrast. So it's best to skip a weight, and as a rule of thumb, I would go from bold to light or from medium to extra bold. So the next one is white space. I like that one a lot. When things are close to each other, your eyes group them together. When there is empty space between your information, your eyes can more easily distinguish between those groups of elements, and that helps a lot. And finally, the evil brother of white space. Let's stuff it all in. I know we all want to share, and sometimes it's hard to prioritize your data, but the next fresh page or slide is really just a click away, and people and their eyes will really thank you for that and appreciate it. And the best part about it is they will actually remember more the less you put on there. So that's basically it. Thank you a lot, and thank you for listening. And if you have any more questions or want to know more about branding, communication strategy, or how I survived climbing Mount Fuji overnight only with summer clothes on, write me in this chat. Or feel free to write me on LinkedIn as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Andy, thanks a lot. Especially thanks a lot for the Mount Fuji reference, because both Andy and me, we were together in Japan. We lived there for a very, very long time, and I remember that Mount Fuji climb vividly.
Yeah.
Thanks, Yankee. Yeah, also thanks a lot for putting so much effort in our new branding, especially within such a short time frame. Yeah, as always, we will distribute your presentation later on YouTube, and if someone wants to interact with you, you're also available on B2Match for Q&A and whatever, and especially for bookings, sure. I assume.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and yeah, grab this your iced coffee soon, especially considering the weather. So,
yeah, see you later. Enjoy the rest of the talks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
So before we switch, yeah, before the next talk, we now switch moderation. So one brief interlude video, and see you soon.
So, and we are back, and in the sense of the last slide you saw, also thanks again to our partners, Talent Garden, Austria's Energy, EuroCC, and of course PWC for doing this together today. And we move right on to the next keynote, which is titled Powergrid Congestion Management with Model-Based Reinforcement Learning. So this is really something for you watching right now that are interested in the more in-depth technical background of applied AI in the energy sector. And let's see if we have with us right now Matthias Dorfer, Head of AI, and Marcel Wasser, CTO of enliteAI. Guys, can you hear us?
Hello,
Yes.
I can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Perfectly.
You know the drill. The stage is yours right now. And since we come to you live, I have to remind you again that you should use the opportunity to ask questions to Matthias and Marcel, which we will answer in the Q&A session. I already got your slides here. Yeah, knock yourselves out. Talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm very happy to share our experience in applying reinforcement learning on large-scale power networks. And I will give a brief intro to current grid challenges first. We will focus on grid congestion management and actions that the operator has at hand to mitigate these problems. And my colleague Matthias Dorfer will then dive deeply into about grid operations planning and demonstrate the potential of such agent-based AI systems on the grid. Before that, allow me to say a few words about our company enliteAI. We are a machine learning technology company where I have the pleasure to work with a team of exceptional researchers and engineers. And looking back at more than 45 AI projects over the last 5 years, we felt confident enough to work on deep tech topics that a company of our size would usually probably not address, focusing on technology, reinforcement learning, as well as on geospatial AI. So much to enlight. Let's start with some statistics on the development of renewable energy. So what you see here is the newly installed generation capacity per year globally. With more than 300 gigawatt new generation capacity in 2020 alone, which is an impressive number by itself. But even more remarkable is that more than 80% of new installations globally is already renewables. So this is certainly extremely encouraging from a climate as well as a geopolitical perspective, but it is definitely challenging for power grid operators, which becomes pretty obvious if we, for example, look into the generation profile of wind and solar power in Germany over the course of 1 year. So there is some regularity in there. So solar power is yellow and of course produces daily spikes. We also see that the wind generation includes seasonality, which is green, and also varies greatly depending on the weather situation. And this immense volatility combined with the sheer amount of renewable generation power that is currently being integrated in the grid forms a very challenging environment for power networks. And in the next slide, we will see the main challenges. So first of all, we need to cope with this variability, which is not only confronting grid operation with very large power gradients, but also forces day ahead and intraday operation planning to be continuously updated with a large, let's say, additional source of uncertainty. We heard more about the background there already in another talk this morning. And less restricted energy markets have also increased cross-regional trading, of course, but this also results in longer distances the electricity travels on the grid. And TSOs are, for example, struggling to meet the ambitious 70% interconnection capacity target that was set by the regulator. And this trend is amplified by large-scale installations of renewables in specific regions, like, for example, offshore wind parks, which we see in this toy grid example to the right, with large wind generations in the north, and the largest consumers and zonal interconnections in the south. So additionally, an increase in electricity demand is forecasted with e-mobility and heavy producing industries switching their primary energy source to grid electricity. So what are the problems that we see in the grids? In our toy problem to the right, the economic generation dispatch with the offshore wind park at full power and additional energy being exported would lead to an overflow on the red line. And this is a extremely simple example of a grid congestion, which obviously requires a change in the power flow to really realize a secure grid operation within the operational constraints. And a typical way to, or the standard way to solve this is to reduce the power generation on one side of the congestion and to ramp up the generation on the other side. So in our case, we would fire up a thermal generator, and this however comes at a price, and we lose renewable energy, and we are increasing emissions and introducing additional costs in the system. Another problem is grid stability. So large power gradients and limited predictability make it very difficult to maintain the high levels of grid availability and reliability that are demanded. And safely navigating these dynamic grid environments is very challenging already. And unexpected events, so-called contingencies, might leave very low tolerance to choose the right remedial action sequence to restore safe operational state. But let's come back to AI and see how it can assist the power flow control in the next slide. You can recognize the two challenges described in the previous slide. So the first one, making the grid adaptable with efficient economic avoidance of grid congestion. And the second one being resilience, so identifying strategies to keep the grid stable, even if unexpected events occur in difficult and dynamic situations. And the same methodology can also be utilized for optimal risk-aware maintenance planning, as planning for outages became also more challenging in dynamic grids. And these three use cases are today ready to be brought into production use. Looking a little bit further into the future and looking into the bigger picture, we see the vision is of course the control room of the future, and it is not the goal to add yet another screen to already complex control room. Instead, the operators should be freed of the unnecessary cognitive load that's caused by supervising all these different subsystems. And the vision is to build an AI assistant with a more advanced interaction model that is able to present contextualized information and to work with attention mechanisms, and with the ultimate goal to create an augmented intelligence layer for operators. But so far we kept the discussion at a pretty abstract level. So now it's the time to dive a little bit deeper into the topic by looking at the specific actions. So the direct way to control the power flow is to change the generation of the load, obviously. And this is done with redispatching, used routinely by all grid operators, just shifting loads, shifting generation geographically. Renewables can't be redispatched in the same way as conventional generators, but if there's no other technical possibility, then production can be cut if necessary, and this is called feed-in management. But we of course also need to supplement the energy that is lost. On the other side, we have the demand side management, which is a big topic on its own, where the let's say orchestration of commercial and residential consumption can relieve the grid with and with load shedding being the ultimate measure considered only in the most critical situations. All those measures come at significant cost for the grid operator, which he has to pass on as network charges, of course. But there's a second class of flow control actions, which does not just change the input and output flows into the system, but also adjusts the configuration of the grid itself. For example, substations internally use bus bars that can be configured quite flexibly to, let's say, rewire the incoming and outgoing transmission lines. And in the simplest case, this switchgear can be used to switch off certain lines. But we can also split selected buses as a flow control measure, and to reach a more stable and balanced grid operation condition. Specialized power devices are another way to alter the flow to reduce the need for costly redispatching measures, but the associated investment costs limits the number of such installations. Topology changes and power device actions don't produce any external costs. So this is the reason why these measures are called non-costly measures. And looking at this cost difference, it almost looks a little bit too simple to be discussed. Clearly, grids would exhaust all non-costly measures to cope with congestion and contingency violations and only turn to costly measures in extreme cases. But here I will hand over to my colleague Matthias Dorfer to explain to you why the potential of non-costly measures can't be fully realized by grid operators.
Yes, thank you, Marcel. So yeah, we have now heard that there would be really nice, fast and economic measures available to stabilize grids. But why is it that they are not used more broadly? So one of the reasons is it's controlling the grid topology actively is a complex and hard task. And now, why is it a hard task? So what we see down here on the left is a small-sized power grid with all its components. These are loads, these are generators, these are power lines and substations. And if we now pick, for example, a substation, what we can control on such a substation is the bus bar to which a certain power line is connected to. And this implies that the power grid configuration that we see on the bottom left is not the only possible grid configuration, but there are actually many of these configurations. And with a growing grid size and growing controllable count of controllable components, the number of possible grid topologies actually grows exponentially really fast to an astronomical number. So now controlling the grid topology or optimizing the grid topology would be in principle a classical mathematical optimization problem. But due to this astronomical space of possible solutions, addressing this problem with these class of methods is not feasible. So if we now step back a little and look into a different optimization domain, namely in the AI-based optimization, then there is a particular class of algorithms which has really proven superior performance when it comes to combinatorial optimization in the last years. And this is the class of AlphaGo or AlphaZero algorithms, originally developed for strategic board games and for planning strategies in these games. If we now again go back a step and look at it from a combinatorial optimization point of view, optimizing the grid topology isn't actually that different, except for, of course, uncertainty and other regulatory things. But in its essence, optimizing the grid topology is not that different to finding an optimal planning strategy in such a strategic board game. And so the key idea of our solution is that we extend the reinforcement learning algorithm AlphaZero to apply it to operation planning in large power grids. So how does this reinforcement learning look like? Before we take a closer look, I would like to draw a distinction to supervised learning, which is the machine learning paradigm that we usually think about when we talk about machine learning or artificial intelligence. So in the beginning, there is always, in both cases, the data. So we have our live grid and we record historic data from this live grid. Now, given this historic data, we can, for example, train with the supervised learning model. We have seen a couple of examples in this class already today, a predictive forecasting model for our loads, for renewables, for congestions, and so on and so forth. And once such a model is trained, we can use it as a decision basis for our daily work routine. So what we do is, from a machine learning and AI perspective, conceptually very different. We still leverage the historical data, but instead of directly training a static model, we use the data to engineer a simulated grid that can be somehow seen as a digital twin of the actual live grid. And now, given this simulated version of the live grid, we can now develop and train a reinforcement learning agent which learns its behavior by interacting with the simulated grid, by first receiving the current state of the simulated power grid and then taking appropriate actions in response to the current state we are in. In our case, these are topology and redispatching actions. And what we now will end up is not a predictive forecasting model, but we will end up with the interactive grid operation decision support system that can suggest topology correction and redispatching actions to human operators and support their daily work routine. I noted here topology and redispatching actions. In the next couple of slides, we will only take a look at topology action. And so we will also skip the entire training and development process and just assume that the agent is already trained, and we will now take a look at the concrete example what such an agent is capable of. So first of all, we have here the power grid we have already seen before, and there is an expected congestion on this power line with a load of 148%. So as Marcel already pointed out, in the traditional congestion management manner, we could now see if there are generators, for example, this one that is fueled by fossil energy, and we could try to ramp these generators up or ramp them down in order to mitigate this congestion. But there is a nice and fast and economic alternative, actually, and let's see what our agent suggests here. So the first action that the agent suggests is a bus split on substation 28. And we can already observe with this simple bus split, we can distribute the overload on originally on this power line to these two neighboring power lines. And if we now look at the second action, which is another bus split on substation 34, we can see that this overflow already drops and one congestion has already been mitigated. And lastly, we can take a final bus split on this substation here, and we can see that the overflow, the original overflow on this power line has been prevented without any redispatching or whatsoever. So this is a really nice solution to this expected congestion, but how does the agent actually find such action sequences? And well, the answer is by leveraging a large-scale AI-guided topology tree search. And since this is an applied artificial intelligence conference, let's just dig a little bit deeper into the inner workings of this search routine. So what we see here is the root node of such a search tree. In our case, this is the original initial grid state. And each node in this tree will be either an actual power grid state or a future simulated power grid state. And for each node in the tree, we will also compute a full power flow computation as well as a contingency analysis. So we have here our initial grid state with the congestion, and we will now start the topology tree search. As I said before, brute force search is not feasible because the search space is astronomical. So we will guide the search process into promising directions with our AI agent. And if we expand the search tree now for one hierarchy level, we can see now that next to the root node, we have now our future simulated grid states. And the edges in this search tree are actually actions that the agent suggests to prevent this congestion. And in this case, it's the bus split on substation 28. And this state then corresponds to the future grid state that we have already seen before in the action sequence. And we can now unroll this entire tree. And what we will end up with is, for example, this path here, which can be seen as an action plan or operation plan that should prevent the upcoming congestion. And since we are performing a tree search, we will not only have one of such paths or operation plans, but multiple of those. We can also see that some paths won't be that promising, but that's in the nature of the problem, obviously. But what we now do as a final step in our methodology is that we take the viable scenarios and re-evaluate them with regard to the complexity of the solution. So, for example, we would like to keep the number of required remedial actions as low as possible. But we also consider congestion management costs. So is there, for example, redispatching required on top? And we also perform, of course, a contingency analysis and see if these paths are actually executable in the live grid then. So this is basically, once the agent is trained, the methodology in a nutshell and shows how it can be applied. And we will now take this methodology to a bit more elaborate example And we will in particular look at the congestion management scenario in a day-ahead planning-like scenario. So what you see here is a variant of the IEEE 118 grid with 118 substations. And we will look at the evaluation period of 1 week. So what we now will do is, and this is our baseline and our first step in this analysis, we run for this entire week a complete power flow computation based on the predicted forecasts that we got on a static grid topology. So no active topology control is involved yet, and without applying any redispatching and counter trading. And what we see here now is that throughout this planning period, there are expected congestions upcoming. This is just the example image here for this congestion. This is obviously something that we don't want. So we will now take the classic approach and simply rerun the entire simulation period. But this time, whenever there is a congestion upcoming, we compute the optimal power flow to get the economic redispatch. And as we can see, when we do this, we are able to mitigate these expected congestions here. This is very nice from a grid stability point of view, but on the other hand, it also requires to ramp up the slow generators, and on top of it, most of the redispatching is often based on fossil energies. And we can see here that all of this comes with a substantial amount of redispatching in megawatts and corresponding congestion management costs. So this is obviously not nice. So what we will now do is we will run the very same planning scenario, but this time before we apply redispatching, we will put our topology planning agent in place, and we will see if the agent finds solutions to the expected congestions and is now able to prevent this redispatching. And if we look at this curve up here, we can see that indeed we are again able to prevent all congestions. By the way, these dashed lines are points in time where topological corrections are suggested and applied by our agent. So as I said, we are able to mitigate these congestions here. But if we now look at the redispatching that is still required, this has been drastically reduced. And if we put these two things or these two approaches directly in contrast, we can see that obviously for this selected scenario, we are able to drop the required redispatching by almost 95%. So what can we conclude from this study? So first of all, topological corrections are a fast and economical option to add stability and flexibility to the grid. On top of that, as a non-costly congestion management measure, it can also significantly reduce redispatching costs. And yeah, as a side note, we of course have to take the example and the results here with a grain of salt, because the actual potential always will depend on the grid topology on the one side and also the energy mix that we are facing in the grid. Yes, so if all of this is interesting to you and you would like to get a better feeling for how such a system behaves, we warmly invite you to visit this URL here, where we prepared the very methodology that I just showed you in a gamified version, where you are basically the grid operator and you can try to solve 3 different scenarios, ranging from really easy to a very hard scenario. And you can just play around with this methodology a bit and see how the agent behaves. And Marcel, if you're ready, I would like to hand over for the wrap up to you.
Thank you, Matthias. Yeah, the distilled summary of the last 20 or so minutes. So we saw that everybody already knew, of course, that the energy sector is transitioning towards clean energy, already with more than 80% of the global newly installed generation capacity. Then we saw that the volatility and fluctuations leads to grid congestions and other instabilities. And we can address these instabilities and congestions with topological corrections, which is a form of non-costly measures. and therefore bring back the stability and enable flexibility on the grid. We also saw that this methodology enables grid operation decision support systems, and as Matthias already showed you, there's a web demo, so please, if you're interested, give it a try. The QR code is to the right, and it's also a little bit intentional that the QR code is near the control room of the future picture because this already represents a small step, of course, towards this direction. This brings us to the end of the talk. Thank you. Happy to take the questions.
Thank you so much, Marcel and Matthias. This is really interesting, and we have, as I already said before, a very knowledgeable audience from the energy sector who sent us a couple of questions that we will have a look at right now. Ahmad.
Yes, first, thank you from my side. It's always nice to see real applications of reinforcement learning. So well done, guys. The first question is about the stability of RL models. So the question says, RL models could be unstable, and you mentioned AlphaGo in your presentation. So how to avoid random actions due basically to edge cases like the move 78 of AlphaGo, and to make more moves like the brilliant move, which is basically the move 37.
So Marcel, I think I can take this one. So first of all, when it comes, there are different classes of reinforcement learning. And the particular one that we have chosen is based on a tree search. And this already adds a lot of stability to the system, because we are in a certain state, we would like to find the appropriate action or response. And we now unroll a lot of potential possible futures. And in contrast to, for example, playing Go, where we have to stop this search process at some point, we can really search all these paths towards the end and evaluate how they will turn out into the future. And this evaluation includes power flow computation, as I said before, but also contingency analysis. So suggest or select the action that bears too much uncertainty in the future, but really evaluate if a path is viable and then only select these. So this is a bit different to the original setting of AlphaGo.
Thank you very much. The second question is, can one use RL for other type of networks? So not only power grid network?
So we started out with power networks, of course, and as you probably saw from the terminology, so we started in the TSO world. So the first of all, this also the same methodology applies to distribution networks as well. And also, I mean, out of context of this conference, but there's no reason why it should not work for, I don't know, gas pipelines or watering distribution systems. So I mean, let's say the basic blocks are, we need to have a simulation available that's really as precise and as accurate as possible, and can be used during training and also for the stability issues that we just discussed. And we need to also that we can bring let's say the most effects when there is a large amount of different actions available at any time. So because otherwise, for a smaller action space, there are classical methods also available. Mathematical optimization works, but mathematical optimization breaks once we have many different options at any time that are available.
All right, thank you. The second question is, what it takes basically for energy companies to adopt and getting started with your solution?
I can answer this one as well. So it's the first step always is to look into the real life grid and to model this first. And this is, fortunately, I mean, it's not, it's certainly not a coincidence that we work with this type of networks with reinforcement learning, just because the simulations are already there. So usually it's a question of converting the digital twins that are already available in one or another form, and of modeling different scenarios in the first step. And I would estimate this takes around, let's say, 2 months to get started. and another month probably to tune it a little bit to get first results. And of course, it's a longer process to bring a complex system like that really into production in all the different planning steps. But I would say first results are achievable within a time span of 3 months.
Great. And the next question is about your competition that you have won actually with this solution. What is different actually from your solution comparing to the other participants, and what made you win this competition or be in the top 3 in this competition?
Yeah, Marcel, then I will take this one again. So I would say one, or the biggest difference is actually that, so all of this began now 2 years ago, and we have been also developing our in-house reinforcement learning framework, MAZE. And back then we have been solely good machine learners and machine learning experts. And when we started working on the problem, the domain knowledge, I would say, was still missing, the particular domain knowledge for the energy sector. And the one key difference to other approaches of our approaches is that the solution that the agent comes up with are really solutions that the agent comes up with without injecting any domain knowledge or biasing the solution towards certain human intentions. This throughout the last year changed, of course, and we now, since we are now in the phase of applying this practically, changed, and we are now using as much as domain knowledge as possible, of course. But for the challenge submission, we really tried to come up with a general learning system that learns this behavior from scratch.
Great, thank you. And the last question is about explainability. So how do you tackle the problem of explainability in such scenarios? So for Powergrid congestion.
And maybe, if possible, a quick answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the agent doesn't always have to be explainable. In our opinion, it's much more important that the solution is explainable and understandable. And the fact that we can roll out this search tree and we can show the exact solution step by step to the human operator allows the human operator to inspect if this is a viable path and then say, okay, I will accept this or not. So the solution per se is in front of the operator and explains what the agent would like to do. And I think this should be really helpful.
That's a perfect question or answer, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcel Wasser and Matthias Dorfer. And for your information, if you are interested in discussing in more detail the questions that you had or probably still have, please feel free to get in touch with both of them on our B2Match platform.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Well, a lot of water flowed down the Danube behind us, but we are still not done with our real full-scale comprehensive program on AI and energy today. Yeah. What do we have up next, Ahmad?
So our next speaker is from Klagenfurt University. It's Professor Elmenreich, and he will talk about the applications of artificial intelligence in the smart grid. Professor Elmenreich, welcome.
We have a connection to him. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me as well.
Wonderful. Yeah, loud and clearly. We also have your slides here. You know, this is a live event, so use the opportunity to get in touch with Professor Elmenreich. We will answer all your questions in the Q&A session following his presentation. The floor is yours, and see you in a bit.
Thank you very much. So the title I have chosen, Applications of Artificial Intelligence in the Smart Grid, is of course far too wide to basically to treat comprehensively in the time of 25 minutes. So basically what I decided is to give an overview and also to focus a bit more not on the overall smart grid because that would be still too wide, but basically going to the consumer end, to the smart home, and look at possibilities there, but still to provide a good overview so that this is what you could expect. Of course, the first question is, when did the smart grid start to be innovative? So we have heard several talks today. In some keynote, it was mentioned that that we are now at the point where we really need to speed up innovation. We need to basically get the energy transition forward, and it basically also transported the sentence that so far smart grid was not innovative. But I would not go so far to say it was not innovative at all, because the energy system has always been extended and improved continuously. And for example, on the picture on this slide here, there is a picture of the MIT network analyzer. So this, at least by today's standard, wouldn't qualify as an AI method today, but it was quite an interesting approach, because due to the complexity of solving the power flow problem, it's very difficult to do all the calculations to get proper estimations of the voltages and power flows in a large, even in a moderately sized system. And so one approach was just to build a small model that simulated the whole thing as an analog system. So basically, it was a rebuilt grid which just scaled down voltages and power values. So quite an interesting idea. And this one was the MIT network analyzer. I think it was studied in the 20s. It was based upon a thesis project in 1924, and it was used until the 50s. So also, yeah, there is a paper about it from the 1930s. So basically, when we are looking at applications of artificial intelligence and smart grid, I think we should also look back on the things that we build things on. So therefore, I have this little retro theme here on the slide. So the idea is to look at novel ideas, but based on established AI concepts. And in particular, I would like to look into non-intrusive load monitoring and an application of energy trading, but not energy trading on the energy market as we know it, but rather energy trading in the smart home. So let's have a look first on non-intrusive load monitoring. So non-intrusive load monitoring is the idea to monitor devices with a central meter. So you have a system with multiple devices, typically a household or a house, or could be even some larger building or business. And there is a meter. So smart meters have been recently installed widely. So we have the situation already that we have a digital meter that is able to do some measurements. And if we're able to get those measurements frequent enough, then we can use the information from the power draws of the whole system to infer about the power consumptions of different appliances. So that's why non-intrusive load monitoring and load disaggregation are usually used for the same thing, basically for measuring the consumption at a single point and splitting it up to look at the consumption of different appliances. And how is this possible? So most appliances have characteristic consumption patterns. So for example, a fridge has a compressor that needs to run whenever the fridge's temperature is reaching a threshold. Then the compressor is running for some time, and then it's not consuming significant amounts of energy until the next time the compressor runs. and as long as the fridge is not frequently opened or the contents change, then we have a more or less regular pattern that can be identified. An oven, for example, that is turned on to heat to a specific temperature would have a pattern where we see like a block of high power for some time until it's heated up to some target temperature, and then again we have this on-off behavior that is there to keep the target temperature. And so different devices have their different patterns, and it is possible to analyze this in order to get information about the different consumptions. And this is quite interesting because it basically saves us the need for installing meters for each device. And why do we want to do this in the first place? The main idea is an application for energy management. If consumers would know which device consumes how much energy, then they would be more energy aware, and then they would be able to reduce their energy consumption by a significant amount, but probably not significant. So some papers speak about 10%, 12%. There is one about 27%. But if you would install a separate meter for each device, probably you would offset this potential savings already by the consumption and extra effort for installing the meters. So this approach only makes sense if you can do it with a single meter. And that's why this non-intrusive load monitoring is an interesting idea. So how can we solve this problem? Now we are getting into the algorithms and the AI part. So a simple approach would be to model the problem as a knapsack problem. So basically, we know the power for each of the appliances. Then we just look which appliances need to run in order to explain the power that is currently measured. The problems there is that we have really a large search space, so which requires heuristic search. So we already have nice possibility for implementing some AI methods and heuristic search methods. But the larger problem is, or an equally large problem also, is that there are a lot of ambiguous combinations are possible. So you would, due to devices having similar amounts of power, and if you have enough devices, you would not be able to really safely state which devices were running. So still, this works for a low number of devices. This is an approach that works. But you need to have good information about the appliances already in the system, and the results, they can change a lot if there is even a small power change, because the optimum fitting of appliances powers into one power consumption might change with every watt. So this is not a very stable approach. Another approach is to look also on the state of the system the time before. So we would assume that it is rather unlikely that a lot of devices change their state from one moment to the other, but it would be rather a few, or in optimum case, just one device that switches its state from one instant to the next instant. So we can model this with appliances models where we have transitions, and then we can build Markov models out of this, and we are arriving at the vectorial hidden Markov model for modeling a whole household. The problem is we only can observe the last part here, the Ys, so the overall power consumptions. So we need to solve this in order to get the information which devices most likely were running here, which devices most likely have switched here, in order to explain the power consumption from one instant to the next instant. Of course, this is a problem since we're talking about real meters here. This is a problem that must also be able to cope with noise. And the approach before was one that did not consider noise at all. So there is, if you're interested in this approach, there is a paper down here linked that shows this and also gives some numbers. When looking at and when evaluating such a NIL algorithm, so there is a nice tool set called NIL-Decay, which can be used. You can feed it with an appliance set or with a measurement set, and then you can look how the algorithm performs. It's also a great place for applying machine learning methods. Sequence-to-point algorithms work quite well for this problem. But one thing that also influences the result a lot is the appliance set complexity. So if a person tells you, yeah, I have a very good NIL algorithm, it works far better than others. And I have evaluated with a system of, I don't know, 20 devices running that amount of the time. And others have also tested their systems also with 20 devices, similar households, and their results are much worse. This still doesn't mean that the new algorithm is better, because it depends on the type of appliances you have in your system. So the appliance set complexity plays a role here, and we also did some investigations how we could measure appliance set complexities. So basically an appliance set where you have appliances with a power consumption that, when added together, can reproduce the power consumption of another appliance, then we have an ambiguity there, which makes the appliance set more difficult to disaggregate. While if you have an appliance set, or this also not only applies for the overall appliance set, but also for the number of appliances that are running at the time. If the appliances that are currently running are easily disaggregated, then even if there is a high number of them, it makes the problem much easier. So it's also very important to look at the comparability of these algorithms and look at the comparability of data sets. We have done some work there. And we have also suggested a measure of appliance set complexity, where given the aggregated power and also the disaggregated power, because we need to know which appliances we're running, we can state the complexity of this system. So this is one challenge, to come up with an algorithm that works well for different data sets, that works well also for these complex situations. And another interesting field of application is also how we can get towards automatic labeling of appliances events. Because in a practical situation, if you're going to sell this to somebody, they to some people living in a household, so they might not be willing to measure all the devices or look at the label of all the devices and enter this into a database. So there needs some possibility of the system to learn, and also systems change over time. So people are going to get rid of old devices, some devices break, some new devices are bought, the fridge is replaced by a better one. So a system also would need to be able to learn over time and to identify and classify new devices correctly. So this is both a very interesting challenge for applying AI methods in the smart grid or smart home area. And second, it's also a very promising approach, given that we have now smart meters in all homes. And at the moment, apart from using them for the same purpose as we had used the traditional meters before, for billing, they are not much used at the moment. And by using an approach like this, this might be an interesting contribution, basically build upon the existing hardware. There's also another idea where all the algorithms that should do the disaggregation run on a very small embedded device like a Raspberry Pi and do all this analysis at the place where it is installed, which basically addresses privacy concerns, because then you don't need to upload your data to some company, but your data is processed and displayed to you within your home. This is also something we are working on at the moment. Not only what are the best algorithms for doing load disaggregation and nil, but also what are the best suited algorithms to do this on a small device, and also having the Raspberry Pi being able to do this with moderate effort and not having too much power consumption. So this was the first idea. So now let me go forward to the other idea. So this also dates back on a concept of evolutionary design and neural networks. And we have developed a system for designing self-organizing systems with evolutionary design. It's called Frevo. And Frevo operates on simulation of a problem. So you have a simulation and you need to have a fitness value. And based on this fitness value, Frevo tries to come up with a design of a neural network that can solve this problem. And usually we're not looking for a single controller, because for this, usually it's more straightforward just to model the problem, think of an algorithm to solve it, implement this algorithm, and we're fine. But when we are trying to design systems, complex systems, where we have many interacting agents, then it becomes very difficult to design those systems with a top-down approach. Because a top-down approach would mean that I would have a good idea of adding some aspect of an algorithm on one device, how this would play out in the overall system. And we have interactions. So if I increase some value by 1%, it could mean that the overall system changes by much more than 1%, because there might be feedback loops. So this 1% might tip some parts over, and suddenly the system is behaving entirely different. So it is quite difficult to design, to use a top-down design. That's why we are going this other way around, using an evolutionary design and just modeling with a fitness function the goal we would like to have. So unfortunately, it's not only saying, okay, this is the problem we have, please solve it, but we need also to come up with a task description. We need to provide a simulation. Of course, simulations are always based upon some abstraction of a problem. Then we need to define how there is the interaction of agents with each other. Then we need to have an evolvable decision unit and a search algorithm and an objective function. The nice thing with Frevo is that it basically helps us putting all these things step by step together. There are also some pre-made components that can be used, so we don't need to re-implement the neural network or to implement the search algorithm, so everything is there. And this way we can go forward modeling it. And so what did we model with this for the topic of this talk? So we looked into trading between components. So the idea was that the devices within a home, they have some knowledge about the usage patterns, and they probably have a better idea if it is possible to momentarily turn them off or shift their operation to a later date than by doing it top-down. So we have devices. Those devices have a fitness function. The fitness function is basically to fulfill their task and satisfy the consumer. The devices have a budget, and the devices are then able to buy energy. Okay, buying energy sounds within a home a little bit odd, because usually we don't have a market. We have like a fixed grid price, right? And it wouldn't make a difference if you run the device right now or later in the evening or during the night. Unless you have a tariff that is based on different working hours, and it definitely changes when you are having a local photovoltaic system installed. Because with your local photovoltaic system, you are mostly interested in using the power from the photovoltaic system within your system and not feeding it back. And the device also should rather use the photovoltaic generated power than buying power from the grid. Because the worst case would be photovoltaic system during noon is feeding in all its power, while the devices are then later buying energy back from the grid. But on the other hand, it's not always easy to just switch the time of operation of devices. And therefore, we have implemented this trading system. So, for example, how would we model, I don't know, a water heating system? So the water heating system would have the goal that their customer always has the possibility to get a hot shower anytime. So they have the possibility to heat up the water. They can do it momentarily, or they can do it later, but they cannot wait too long. And they have some local budget, and they are trying to do their job with the minimum available budget that is possible for fulfilling this task. And this we modeled. So we suddenly had devices that tried to bet against each other for getting power for some price, now or later. And we have implemented this in a home energy market simulator, where we had these devices. Unfortunately, we did not implement it in a real setting so far, but we have it in a simulation, also in this publication, and there we had then devices optimizing their schedule and basically also optimizing with the big advantage that the power generated from the PV system was locally used. So we basically increase the autonomy of the overall system. So yeah, this is about how we modeled the agent with independent controllers. And the constraints are that they are given a budget per device, and they also have the notion of the importance of the device for the user. Because if a television would decide just to save some bucks to turn itself off now, while there is an interesting, I don't know, an interesting soccer game or whatever interests you is going on, this would be a bad decision. So there also needs to be a notion of importance to the user. So this was the other idea. I guess you have not heard about a trader system within a smart home so far. So I think it's quite a little bit crazy, but also interesting idea. Something you can do with AI for the smart grid. Of course, there are many more possibilities, but my time is running out. So I have to go forward to the final remarks. So just very general. So you can use the AI techniques as a tool, but you can also use them for system design. So in the second example, we had used this tool to generate algorithms that then are deployed. And also for handling a complex system, it's also interesting to employ a self-organizing system. But of course, designing such systems always come with several challenges. So we have a lot of uncertainties in this evolutionary approach, and also both with the NIL and with the second approach, doing verification and simulation in order to really validate that the system is working for sure and that it will work when it's rolled out to hundreds of thousands of households as well. This is something that definitely needs more case studies. So there it becomes difficult. Running a simulation using Python or whatever tool you prefer locally is quickly done, but then getting it out in the field is another thing. Okay, So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm awaiting your questions. If there is still time, I hope I was a little bit too long, I see. I'm sorry for that.
All right, and here we are back. We received a couple of questions, and let me just quickly pull them up. Thank you, by the way, for your presentation. I'm sure there are some people who want to know more. I already suggest those that they get in touch with you directly on our platform, B2Match. First question being, are you open for joint applications in Horizon Europe or Digital Europe grants? If yes, in which areas?
Yes, for sure. So we have some experience with Horizon 2020 projects, and basically in areas relating to smart grid applications. Here we are more on this low voltage end, so smart home consumer side. This would be our strengths, but in general, smart grid, yes, and also on complex systems and swarm systems, where we're also quite strong in our research. So both would be possible for some
smart grid, complex systems, swarm systems. Maybe the person who asked that question probably get in touch if you have some concrete suggestions. Is Frevo open for contribution as well?
Yes, we are currently discussing, since Frevo is, so on one thing, so far, everything that was done for Frevo was done in-house with our own workforce, which has the positive thing that we still are able to release it under another license. Currently, it's released under a GPL license, which might be a problem, including some tools that are, for example, under an Apache license. So we are at the moment also in a process where we are going to double license it. And in general, the answer is yes. So it's on GitHub, and we are looking very much forward if there are some contributions.
Maybe you can share the link with us for this Frevo, so we can share it with the audience as well.
Sure.
Yeah, this would be very useful. And just a really quick answer for the last question. 1 or 2 sentences. How do you validate your simulation system? Do you validate it on real data?
Yes, whenever possible, we do this. Of course, systems that are reactive, where the system should react on it, are more difficult in this aspect. But for example, for the NILM approaches, we are using real data. We have done there are some existing measurement sets, and we have also done our own measurement campaigns to get some measurement data, especially from households in Southern Austria and Northern Italy. Also available as open source, everything.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Elmenreich from the University of Klagenfurt. You stick around for the meeting requests that you probably receive in the afternoon. The meeting session starts at 2 p.m. Once again, I want to ask everybody to be on time for the meetings that you have already agreed upon and answer pending meeting requests, because people want to talk to you. Thank you, Professor Elmenreich, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
All right, and we have already been in the US today. We have been in Israel. We have been in many places across the world, and our next destination offers us a connection, a live connection to Canada, to Montreal, Canada. And it's our very special pleasure to welcome with us Nicolas Bossé. He's a Chief Energy Transition Officer at BrainBox AI and will deliver his keynote on demand management from autonomous commercial buildings for an affordable and resilient energy transition. Nicolas, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I think it's very early in the day in Canada. I don't know if you followed the conference so far.
Not yet. So it's 8:30 in the morning. So yeah, it's not
thank
that
you,
early.
Thank you for being with us. I have already received your slides here. And once again, this is live. Have a listen to the keynote of Nicolas and ask your questions, which we will answer in the Q&A session that follows right after his presentation. The floor is yours, Nicolas.
Great, thanks. So thanks for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to participate here and to speak to you about what BrainBox is doing. So BrainBox is using and applying the most advanced AI to manage HVAC system in commercial buildings, and our goal is to make them energy efficient and grid interactive. So today I'll discuss energy efficiency and demand side management, and these are key elements for a successful energy transition. And further, the unfortunate recent events are shedding some lights on the challenges posed by the electrification of the economies and the need to maximize existing infrastructures. And these are two of the key elements at the heart of BrainBox AI's mission. So BrainBox was founded in 2017 and commercially launched in 2019. And we currently employ up to 150 highly skilled people, mainly located here in Canada, Montreal, Canada. So since our commercial launch in May 2019, we have developed up to 275 relationships with buildings, representing about 1 million square feet of buildings span across 18 countries. And this speaks loud about the scalability of our CapEx-free SaaS business model and our go-to-market strategy. But behind this success is the fact that the asset managers are eagerly looking for cost-effective solutions to reduce their Scope 1 and 2 emission. So to achieve our collective net zero objectives, we need to rapidly scale innovation in the built and the energy sectors. This is what BrainBox is doing with two distinctive solutions. One geared towards reducing emissions at the building level, and the other one is to have these energy efficient buildings interact with the electrical grid to provide demand flexibility. So our technology is analogous to the autonomous car. So our core technology extracts granular operational information from the building management system, append to that data, external data, and provide energy efficiency benefits by managing every single element of the HVAC system. This in order to drive energy and GHG savings. So managing buildings are quite complex and becoming more and more complex. So in order to deal with that complexity, we use data to satisfy the needs of the different stakeholders linked to commercial buildings. First, the asset owners. Asset owners want to increase the value of their assets. So our solutions provide reduction into OPEX and CAPEX, which have a direct impact on the net operating income of the building. More and more you see ESG commitments and net zero commitments. So you need to satisfy the needs of the sustainable officer. So our solution optimize and move energy consumption when the carbon intensity of the grid is the lowest, helping reduce Scope 1 and 2 emissions. And finally, the operating and technical manager, these guys needs to maintain set points and tenant comfort while avoiding equipment failure and extend their useful life. So against this backdrop, buildings have to overcome several challenges to become energy efficient. As we know, buildings are large consumers of energy and therefore large contributor of CO2 emissions. And large swaths of energy consumed by building is wasted. So finally, current energy efficiency solutions require large amount of capital, highly skilled workforce, and takes a lot of time to implement. So our solutions offer cutting-edge technology, AI technology, software as a service that enhance the existing HVAC equipment and transform those equipments into a predictive and self-adapting HVAC system using AI and cloud computing. So in sum, our technology is continuously acquiring information to predict the future state of the building and optimize users' experience. With embedded AI loops, one that automatically drive the build, which is part of a larger one that ensures the solutions provided are optimal compared to alternatives and feeding the actions to be taken. The outcome and impact of those actions serves to reinforce the AI to create a virtual learning circle. So following the same logic, our second product is leveraging the same data from multiple buildings to meet challenges posed by the electrical grid operator. Those are reduce the consumption, shave peaks, and manage local congestion. One of the key features of our solution is understanding the future and how we use this information to drive significant private and societal benefits. So why is this important and why does it matter? So 3 weeks ago, only a few people would have understood or foreseen the value and benefits of high demand side management penetration. Now it's on everybody's mind. Everybody's asking the same question: what can be done to curb our reliance on natural gas? With the increased decentralization and intermittency of the electrical grid, more flexible non-natural gas resources are needed to ensure a reliable and resilient grid. Historically, that flexibility was provided by natural gas resources. As the pressure to retire and reduce reliance on natural gas increases, operator needs to find alternative flexibility. Demand-side management becomes a significant opportunity to provide such flexibility. So as alluded before, our technologies are able to address two of the most significant challenges posed by the climate change crisis. Our community AI solution makes building grid-enabled and efficiently use energy when the emissions are the lowest. It reduces the needs to increase emitting generation infrastructure, maximize usage of existing renewables, and increase the utilization of large transmission and distribution infrastructure, therefore limiting cost pressure on consumers and its negative impact on the economic growth. So by using the thermal characteristics of the building, we transform it into a thermal battery, providing energy products to the electrical grid. We call these buildings grid interactive efficient buildings. Now imagine that we take several buildings in the same vicinity and combine them together and optimize them to solve the grid challenges. We create large virtual power plants available to provide local flexibility to balance the new decentralized electrical grid. Creating size and scope on a local basis is of the utmost importance in dealing with the electrification of the economy or the immediate challenges posed by the reduced availability of natural gas. Indeed, switching from gas to electricity is easier said than done. The electrical grid has not been built or designed to manage such an increase in power usage. The lines are becoming congested. Local load management will become increasingly important, otherwise the infrastructure costs to electrify the economies will be prohibitive. So as we round up, demand-side management is not a novel idea. It's been around and used to manage large industrial loads for a long time. And more recently, the surge of low-cost IoTs has prompted the increase of residential demand-side management. But managing commercial load is a blind spot in the sector because of its complexity. Thanks to AI, this complexity is becoming an asset. So commercial load is perfectly suited for the challenge posed by the energy transition as well as the electrification of the economies. It has a good mix of size and location, key characteristics to meet the challenges before us. So thanks, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have on our solutions. Thank you.
All right, and here we are back again. And we received a couple of questions, namely the first one being, from your point of view, what are the two main challenges of implementing AI solutions in the energy industry? What kind of obstacles have to be overcome?
So energy, I mean, both energy and commercial buildings are two sectors that are quite conservative. And it's very difficult to, or challenging to come up with novel solutions and so on. So frankly, most of the people recognize the value of demand-side management at large scales and the need to find ways and alternative ways to provide grid flexibility in order to manage the new intermittency and this decentralization of the economies of the electrical grid. But on a single, like on a piece-by-piece basis, it's very difficult to access the data or to penetrate a market. So I would say the conservatism is probably the single largest constraint into large-scale deployments of technologies such as the ones we're advancing here.
Thank you, Nicolas. And the BrainBox AI, your company, has actually grown very fast and tackled a couple of different markets. Which has been the most difficult market to tackle so far, to get into?
So from an energy efficiency standpoint, our market is actually the asset owner. So it's most of the time they are quite sensitive on managing their costs, energy costs, especially the HVAC costs, mainly represent about 50% of the overall invoices or line items cost into a building. So providing a solutions that is readily available and capex free is quite appealing for them. So since we've launched in May 2019, most of the market has kind of switched from energy efficiency and cost savings to GHG savings. Most of the large asset owners, they have these commitments, ESG commitments, as well as net zero commitments, and they need to find ways to reduce in a cost-effective manner their emission. Solutions like ours is really compelling to achieve those objectives. And from an energy market perspective, we're kind of at the mercy of the regulatory framework that governs who has access to the market and so on. We see a lot of actions in the UK, for example, which has been leading this sector, the demand side management and flexibility procurement. They are quite advanced, and we see a large momentum from the EU countries to follow suit and adapt the regulatory framework that has been implemented in the UK. So these are for us, these are like growing markets, and we're putting a lot of attention into those markets to first enable more buildings and then provide energy flexibility into the energy markets.
Thanks a lot. And attached to that answer, do you plan to expand to Europe? What about your European expansion plans? Can you share some insights?
Yeah, so as mentioned, so Europe is a key market for us and a key growth market. So far, we're implemented obviously here in Canada, and naturally we've expanded to the US. And oddly enough, our third largest market is Australia, and we've expanded in Australia during the pandemic. So this kind of speaks a lot about the scalability of our technology. Just as an anecdote, no one from BrainBox has ever set foot in Australia. Everything has been done remotely. As to your question, Europe is really a key target for us. UK and the EU in general. From both the energy, the energy prices are really driving decisions in the EU, so we're able to provide solutions both on reducing the overall cost of the energy, providing GHG benefits, as well as enable the buildings to contribute to the energy transition. So I think the European market is a key growth market for us.
Thanks for that answer. And also interesting that you are going that strong in Australia. We already heard some couple of inputs from Australia directly from your PwC colleague, Matt Kuperholz, but time zone wise, it's probably hard for you two to meet at the same conference. No, wonderful. Do we have more questions? So far not, but I can see that some of your colleagues from BrainBox AI are actually joining the B2B meetings that will start at 2 p.m. Central European time, which is now. And I can only invite our audience, our participants, to reach out to them on the B2B matchmaking platform if they want to know more and discuss in more details possible collaborations, etc. Nicolas, thank you so much for joining us today, and we wish you a very nice day in Canada here from sunny Vienna, and hope to meet each other soon.
Great, thank you, and thanks for the invitation. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, and we actually are now entering a short break, a short 30-minute break, but I use this opportunity to remind you, 2 p.m. Central European time, which is now, the B2B meeting sessions, the one-on-one virtual matchmaking sessions have started. Have a look at our website at which other participants are joining today. You can message them directly and arrange virtual meetings on our platform. We hope, or we wish that we, through organizing this conference, connect domain knowledge from the energy sector and the field of AI, and that as a result, we will see many more useful and return of investment raising use cases of AI in energy soon. So check out your meeting agenda, check out who's there. We wish you successful meetings. And for the conference program, we will have a short 30-minute break and be right back after that. Ahmad, any words before the break?
No, so just enjoy the break and see you in 30 minutes.
See you in 30 minutes.
So, and we're back for the final session of today. Yeah, now we're going to the very other corner of the world. It's on the West Coast. We welcome Florian Kolb from Intertrust with us. So Florian is an industry veteran with more than 20 years of experience in the energy industry. And he will talk about how Intertrust is using IoT and minimizing the time to AI. So Florian, first of all, the most important question, can you hear us?
I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, works like a charm. So yeah, you can already share your slides. We will put them up on the stage.
Let me just work out how to do this here.
It's the big fat share button on the lower end of the screen.
Yeah. Should I share screen or share slides?
It's recommendable to share your screen because the formatting could break unless you have a PDF.
Yeah. Let me share screen 1. Let's go for that. See that if it works. Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. Okay, let's try something else.
Then perhaps the Chrome tab would work.
Yes, or probably try sharing the slides directly. This would be the most easy solution right now. And today it's really amazing that we had speakers from so many time zones. We started with Australia, went over to Israel. We had people joining from Canada, from the East Coast of the United States.
And now we're on the West Coast.
And now we're on the West Coast. And once again, I have to say, thank you for getting up so early.
Yeah, it's 6:30 here.
Great. It's crazy.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's right, madam. So what I will do, it says I can share a file from my computer.
That's the right one. Let's try that.
And it's a PDF and it's uploading.
Yeah, that's great.
So I hope it works.
I think next time we should invite someone from Fiji because it's the only country where you have the international data line crossing it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Wait, Florian, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still with you. And it's processing the slides.
There it is. There it is. See, got it. Perfect.
Here we are.
Yeah. So let's see if we can click, or do you know how I can move forward?
You can directly click through it within StreamYard.
If you move the mouse cursor to the bottom, there's a little control widget.
Okay.
Can you see it?
See, it's interesting.
Yeah. Okay, giving it. Hey, that's awesome. So great. Yeah. So good morning. Sorry for the technical hiccup, but I think with all the IT capabilities in the room here, virtual, we've managed to get everything up and running.
Yeah,
so as Clemens already said.
Just one basic housekeeping. We will leave the stage now and we come back later to a Q&A session.
And in the meantime, you participants out there watching can ask Florian questions using the Slido widget. And we'll answer them in the Q&A session.
Yeah, so without further ado, engage.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so good morning or good evening, everyone. Depending where you are. So as Clemens already said, my name is Florian. I work for a San Francisco-based technology company called Intertrust. We are busy with data interoperability and digital rights management. And of course, there's a strong angle to AI. And also myself, I've spent 15 years in the European energy industry. So the title of my presentation is how to reduce the time to AI to accelerate the energy transition. And when I was thinking, where to start, I think we have to start with the climate. It all starts with our climate. So as you are aware, we have this thing going on called the energy transition, which is necessary to meet our 2050 climate goals to limit the global warming by maximum 2% and also reduce the CO2 emissions. And if you analyze all the studies, publications around this topic, then there's a clear call for action to accelerate this energy transition. And the decarbonization, the power sector, the electricity sector is really the starting point, because it's one of the biggest emittents, and also the world is going electric. And the plan actually is that based on clean electrical energy, we would also decarbonize the mobility sector, so transportation, cars, and so on, as well as the heating and cooling sector over time. And we call that in the energy industry sector coupling. So we have like these three sectors which operate independently today, which will be combined over time via green electrons. So that's the idea. And you can already imagine that this is a big coordination problem that's coming up. As I said, the world is going electric. The electrification of everything is expected. And so the share of the global energy demand met by electricity is projected to grow by around 60% until 2015. And clean electrical energy will enable green hydrogen. That's also very important. So there are sectors which are very hard to turn electric or turn green. And there is a strong belief that green hydrogen will be the facilitator for that. So for example, in heavy duty transportation, shipping, airplanes, and some energy intense industry like the chemical industry. So the world is going electric. What does that actually mean? There are some very big, hairy problems waiting on the other side if we want to achieve that, turning everything into electric and also green electricity. And one of the big challenges where also AI comes in is that energy is a real-time system with a lot of complexity. So just a few things to mention. We have an increasing share of intermittent renewables. So they produce energy when the sun is shining and when the wind is blowing, and that's not like constant over time. We have a strong increase of decentral energy assets, such as smaller and larger batteries that are being used to sterilize the system. We have new roles for distribution grids, so they have to connect these decentral energy asset storage or also production. And we now have a two-way traffic of electrons going back and forth. So coming from the edge, going to a more central place and the other way around. We are moving from central to more decentral power dispatch. We have the sector coupling phenomenon that I already described. We have a very complex financial transaction system around energy. So energy electrons are being traded, and that creates additional complexity from a financial perspective. And also the cost for energy production, but also transport, are a key economic and political factor. I don't think I have to make any comments about what's going on in the world right now, which exemplifies that greatly. So this is the big and hairy problem. So I can't go through that in detail, but this is actually how the energy world of the future will look like, with sectors, with massive increase of renewables and just a lot of complexities. And these complexities are the key drivers for AI in energy. So the future energy system is impossible to manage with the traditional capabilities and approaches that we have. A central system which is regulated, which has regulated processes that are also described in software and in IT. That's not going to work anymore. We have a real-time data issue here. So the system generates a lot of real-time data. We need advanced analytics to crunch and analyze the data, and we need a high level of automation. The speed and also the cost of the transformation is very important. So we need to increase the speed, and we need to lower the cost, and we need to connect a system that is very distributed and very complex. And that's actually where digital or digitization comes in, and also AI, because these are things that digital and AI can do very well with relatively low marginal cost increases when the challenges increase. We also need more predictions and more forecasts of energy supply, energy demand, and so on. And we also need automated decision making, which are drivers for AI, and what actually is something that AI can deliver. So I will make a small overview of the use case examples, just to give people an idea, where can we apply AI, and for those of you who have a startup or are in the business should focus or could focus on. So actually AI can add value across the entire electrical value chain in many, many use case areas. So we start at the left with renewable generation. If you think about solar and wind and onshore wind and offshore wind is maybe a good example because it's a very complex, large-scale operation. And you can imagine that already in the planning and in the construction phase, there are a lot of things to consider, where historical data that can be analyzed with AI can give a lot of hints how to approach planning, how to approach construction, how to organize an offshore wind farm with regard to the position of the different turbines, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of weather modeling. There's a lot of technical modeling that can be done where AI can support. That should lead to an optimization of the assets, and with regard to design, with regard to failures, with regard to outages, and with regard to maintenance. To give you an idea, of the overall production cost of an offshore wind farm, around 20% of the cost goes into maintenance. So every smaller optimization on the maintenance cost side can help to make the asset more valuable. On the power dispatch side, we need AI-supported supply and demand forecasting to minimize the curtailment of the assets and actually maximize the power output, because we desperately need the green electrons. Also, in the integration into power grids, AI can play a role. And of course, to link renewable generation with the hydrogen economy. So green hydrogen works as follows. We take electrons from wind and solar, we turn them into green hydrogen, which we then store or transport and then use. So there needs to be a link to the green hydrogen systems. And also the idea is to use excess electrons from wind and solar to generate green hydrogen, and that's all a big coordination and calibration exercise. So on the grid side, many, many use cases. At the end, I think what we have to try to achieve is to enhance the capacity of the existing transportation and distribution systems and grids, and extend the lifetime of the existing assets, because if we look at the studies, what they indicate, to get to a level of green energy and green electricity in 2050 that's required to meet the climate goals, we have trillions of dollars of investment required in grids. So it's a huge chunk of money that needs to be invested, and there will be a capital shortage problem. So we need to figure out where to put the money so that it creates the most value for economy, society, and so on. In grid design and planning, we can use AI in grid performance management. Also, we have one phenomenon that's interesting in the low voltage grid, especially. We have significant information gaps because these downstream assets are not fully equipped with sensors at the moment. There are initiatives to do that, but that also costs money. So we think that also AI can help us here to model grid phenomenons that are based on models and not based on actual data. Also, data access is a very important topic in this area, because often the data is there, but it's restricted by privacy law or competition law, GDPR, for example, on the privacy side. Think about smart meter data, energy consumption data, and so on, which is not so easy to share or process because it has some privacy implications. Electric vehicles is a next area where we have a huge upcoming new consumer of electricity. An electric car, in average, needs 3 to 4x the electricity that the normal household consumes during the day, assuming a standard commute. So, but it's also a source for energy. So when you come home, plug in your car, the question is, what's going to happen? Who is steering the charging? At the moment, the way it works is you program on your Tesla, for example, that the charging should start at midnight or at 10 o'clock. And in the future, this will be an automated process where actually AI will decide when to provide services to the grid that are needed for balancing, still ensuring that you can use the car in the way that is needed. And the last area, which is also a very juicy one from an AI perspective, is demand-side flexibility. So how do we forecast when we have which demand events? How do we create flexibility around all the energy consumers that are behind the meter? In industrial areas, that's already common, but for example, not in the B2C area. So fridges, electric vehicles, washing machines, and so on, theoretically can all provide services to the grid. So energy, power quality, or the provisioning on power when the grid is short in power. So how do we steer that so to aggregate and manipulate energy demand? And AI can play a major role here in the future. Also, one word that we hear often are VPP, virtual power plants. So this is actually the virtual aggregation of load that's collected and then provided as a grid service when needed. Also, this is a very data-rich area where AI can fundamentally support the energy transition. So if we think about AI, we have to think about which data types and data sources really enable AI. And what we can see here, the message is that there is a lot of data which needs to be considered. So it starts with environmental data, wind, sun, clouds, major environmental events, flooding, storms from the past that have to be analyzed, temperature, marine data, especially for the offshore wind side. So that's where where it all starts in renewables. Then we have supply and demand data, power generation forecasting, production assets, availability, condition of the assets, micro flexibility data, so the EVs and the home thermostats and the fridges and so on. Financial data plays an essential role. So at the end, things work when people can monetize their assets. So we need to have very accurate power price predictions. We need to understand what are the marginal costs of the energy production, benchmarking data, so a very rich financial data universe. Then we have hardware and sensor data coming from assets. So SCADA data, other OT data, IT data that's kind of floating around in systems already. Relatively new categories are images and videos. So people are using drones these days to collect data around renewable assets or grid assets to detect anomalies, or one of my favorite ones is the woodpecker hole in wooden poles. So that can be detected with a drone, and with AI these days. Also grid assets is AI is used for inspection purposes. And then last but not least, we have existing IT and data systems. So most of the energy companies are pretty big organizations with ERP systems, with workforce management systems, with regulatory reporting on carbon footprint, carbon accounting, and other reporting requirements. So there is a lot of data that can be used. So here's the problem. If you look at today's IT landscapes, they consist of a lot of distributed devices, of cloud infrastructure, disparate database systems. And so we have certain data availability issues. We have data standardization issues. We have issues to access the data, to make the data interoperable. There are security concerns around data breaches. There are concerns around system integration. So how do we bring the data together so that AI can unfold its full potential. And of course, we have to safeguard governance and compliance, like data privacy laws issues that are very important, especially in energy, because we are talking about an industry that runs a mission-critical asset. So the goal actually is to get rid of all of these problems. So what we actually want to achieve is full data interoperability, regardless of the type of the data and where the data resides, and that the sharing between disparate multi-party systems like a decentralized energy system is being increased, and so is the availability and the quality of data to enable AI applications that can then provide the benefit to the energy transition, so speeding it up and making it more affordable. So that's where we want to go. And now the question is, of course, how do we achieve that? And so what actually we propose, or what we have developed, is a virtual layer of distributed data and devices that's bringing AI and data together. So this is an abstraction layer that we see coming more and more, that is able to source data from wherever the source is. So be it in cloud systems of the different providers that are listed here, or whether the data is hanging out in an own on-prem data center, or in a third-party data center, or in ERP systems, or in modern data warehouses, or in other database systems. So it shouldn't really matter where the data resides and where the data come from, and also whether this is data from one company or from multiple companies. One of the phenomenons of the energy value chain is that it's very fragmented, and we have many, many different players that are active in the various value chain segments. And because the system is developing the way it's developing, we need more interoperability between these players, and we have to break up the silos. One of the very prominent silos is the retailing of energy and the grid. Because of regulation, there has to be a Chinese wall between the customer side of the business and the grid business, because grids are natural monopolies, and they have to treat any retailer of energy at arm's length and in the same way. So there can only be a limited information exchange. On the pure electron side, that's an issue, because the demand gets more volatile from day to day, and the grid has to know that. So we have to find ways to let people talk to each other, that it's competitive, friendly, and doesn't create problems with antitrust. So we have this internal data operability that we need for AI, but also between different companies or organizational boundaries. And then, of course, we have to ensure that, especially if it's like, for example, device data, that nobody has tampered with the devices, and the data is really the data, and the device is really the device. If that's not secure, then the risk of blackouts and brownouts is being increased. So how does this work? There are like very powerful big data features available in these days. So one is data virtualization, where we define logical data sets from a variety of data sources, including relational databases, data warehouses, or data lakes that reside on-prem or in the cloud. Governance is important. So who can access the data, under which conditions, which has to be automated to access data that is located in multiple databases, object stores, or file systems from a single point of control, which is important to enforce the governance, and also to be able to impose row and column-based restrictions that allow policies to be tailored to the needs of the data consumer and the AI. And then a third element, which is important here, is secure execution. So we have to deploy algorithms, workloads, and services in isolated execution environments with dedicated memory and compute. What does that mean? Data can meet AI without exposing the data to the AI owner or exposing the AI to the data owner. So to create like trusted execution environments in energy will be very important, because we can not always have like lengthy processes between multiple parties to agree on how to secure data, if there is a technical solution to provide a secure exchange and enable AI access to the data. So some of the technical experts, and then I will wrap up briefly. So how do we or how can we ensure that the key functionalities that I have described can be aggregated as microservices that are deployed as Docker containers orchestrated by Kubernetes. So these are well-known technologies, and the goal is to bring these microservices together in a way that there is a very seamless and very light end-to-end execution of workloads in these virtual environments, which then means bringing the data to the AI, and at the end of the day, ensuring that some of the data interoperability problems that I've mentioned are being addressed and are being solved actually for the benefit of climate and also for the benefit of everyone. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much. And I think there is like a Q&A opportunity now, Clemens.
Yes, we got lots of cues. So and you perhaps have the A's for it. No, thanks a lot for the overview. Also to be available at such an ungodly hour at 5:30 in the morning. So let's see which questions we have received. Yeah, good. The first one is a quite broad topic, but nevertheless, in the context of your solution, interesting. In which area do you foresee the most successful use cases within the next 5 years?
That's a great question. So actually, I think in renewable, especially in offshore wind, in grid, especially on the DSO level, and on the demand side in VPPs. So these are like 3 hot candidates, and I think that has to do with the economic but also climate improvement potential that we can see in these 3 subcategories. And also, if you look a bit where the AI in energy scene is talking about, then these 3 areas are hot candidates.
Great. Then the second one we have is related to security. No, wait. So sorry, our director just cut out the wrong question. Yeah, how do you dispel doubts in the security of using operational data in the rather conservative energy sector?
Yeah, so that is, of course, a challenge. But I have to say that I don't think that the energy sector is really more conservative than some of the other industries. So because of the work in electric vehicles that I'm doing, I have a lot of exposure to the automotive industry, and I don't see really big differences, to be honest. I think you have to have the right concepts. And, I just, because of times, I just could give you a very, very raw idea of how we try to tackle that. But the way it works is that when you have like somebody who has already done it, who comes from an industry like a big energy company. So we have like a bunch of shareholders who are some of the biggest energy companies in the world, and they are working with it. Then it's easier to convince others that this is really secure, robust, and but at the end you have to undergo a due diligence, like a security due diligence. And I think what has changed, and that's my experience 3-4 years ago, it was much harder. I think now people have understood that there is a sense of urgency, and there are expectations for the energy industry to accelerate the transformation. And then it's really necessary to do something with the data and to do more with the data. So there is movement, but you need to have good answers to the security questions people have.
Great. Yeah. Thanks a lot. And also, if you have anything to share with the audience, when we do a mailing, for example, later on to all participants, just shoot us a link to a white paper or, you know, whatever to stay in touch, or with your contact data, for example. So yeah, thanks a lot for joining virtually. I hope we can grab a coffee next time you're in Vienna.
End of April, I will ping you.
Yeah, perfect. It's soon. 10 days to go. Excellent.
Thank you very much for having me. And if there are any questions, I'm very easy reachable via LinkedIn or other means. Thank you so much. Great being with you, and hope to see you in Vienna next time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Definitely. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Great. And this brings us to the end of this event, AAIC Energy. But yeah, as usual, after the event is before the event. So yeah, what's next, Matthias?
Well, what's next? Upcoming AAIC Applied AI Conference, our yearly annual main event, will take place from May 24 to May 25th. Ignore that it's March here on that slide. It's May 24, May 25th, online and on location, a physical event in Vienna, if you can make it. And also in the same week, we will have another satellite event focusing on applications in fintech, so banking, insurance, finance, on May 31st, AAIC Fintech. These are the two upcoming events that we want to promote here today. If you're interested, please follow us on LinkedIn, follow our YouTube channel. We will keep you informed.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for tuning in, and yeah, looking forward to see you at the next event. Bye-bye.
Bye.